I'm Brandon Korn, flying the Cessna 205. I'm here at Heritage STOL, and this event's neat because you'll notice there's a lot more touring planes that made the long trip for here.
It is the touring class contest. There's more people in our class in the touring class than any other class.
My name's Edward Smith. I'm from Waycross, Georgia, and this is a 1952 Cessna 170 Bravo. I definitely expect to start being a serious competitor.
I was flying last year in the competition. I was pretty happy with my takeoffs, and my approaches were nice and slow and consistent, but I just can't slow it down. So hopefully I can get it stopped this year and be a little better. I'm looking to improve my scores. I'm not competitive at all for a podium spot, but definitely looking to improve my scores, my personal best.
Justin Tisdale flying a Zenith 750 Sport Class. After Sun and Fun was done, all I did was cruise up the coast here. It's a beautiful East Coast. Planes running good. We got a couple new sponsors, and we're trying to hit it hard. Got a lot of cool things coming too.
My name's Shannon Ennis. I'm a local out of Chesapeake, Virginia, and I'm flying a 180 horse constant speed 172.
Hey, my name's Jim Abbott. I'm flying out of Gallatin, Tennessee. It's just north of Nashville. Flying a straight tail 182 in 1959. It's the last of the straight tails, and they call them the narrow bodies. This is my second time flying, first time competing, so just looking for some consistent approaches and safe flying, and it's fun as always, but looking forward to getting into it, and it got in my blood last year and I haven't been able to quit thinking about it, so here I am.
My name's John Luton. I'm from Belgrade, Montana, and I'm flying a Christensen Husky.
I'm Adam Gordon from Oakdale, Louisiana, and I'm flying a Cub Crafters Carbon Cup EX2 today.
Patrick McIntyre from Lincoln, Nebraska, flying a Rans S7.
Hi, I'm Andrew Finley from here in Virginia Beach, local to the area here, doing a first event. I'm a rookie this year. I'm flying this awesome Kit Fox behind me here. My father-in-law Bob Fair built this with my wife back in the late 90s, and we brought it back, and now we're gonna do some STOL competition with it.
So I'm Jerry Clemens, and I'm from Wichita, Kansas, and I'm flying a 2008 Husky A1C.
We didn't come 1,000 miles to just have fun. We always want to win. So we're going to see how the wind conditions are, how the strip is, and we'll see how we do.
Welcome back to the seasonal opener of the 2024 National STOL Series. We are back after our winter break to bring you some very exciting STOL competitions all over the United States. If you are new to STOL, the acronym stands for Short Takeoff and Landing. And our competitors this week have a variety of aircraft set up to do just that. We're using one runway today, and we'll be measuring the distance from the team's takeoff and landing. We take the takeoff and landing distance, combine them together to get a score for that run. If a pilot lands before the line or even touches the line, that run is disqualified and they will have to rely on another attempt. That's a new rule for this year, and we will be paying very close attention any part of the aircraft tire that touches that white line. Some folks are bound to be disappointed if they touch down too early. Many of our team's planes are highly modified, and teams are constantly improving their airplanes to be more competitive. Each aircraft, depending on the model, will be assigned in a set category. We have 4 standard classes, starting with our biggest and heaviest aircraft, the Touring Class, followed by our middleweight, lighter aircraft and backcountry. Then we introduce a lot of STOL purpose-built airplanes into the mix with our Adventure and Sport Class. National STOL Series welcomes new pilots to the competitions in their rookie class. Each new pilot having to attend additional safety briefings as they get into the series. The exhibition class is for those planes with multiple engines, and finally, the stars of STOL come out, the unlimited class. These pilots are competing for the big bucks. You'll see 2 different strategies in this class: super light aircraft or aircraft with high power to weight ratios. Throughout the season, each pilot will be gathering points after each tour stop. For the 2024 season, we have a total of 10 stops, of course ending with our Legend Aircraft's Lone Star STOL, where we will crown the 2024 class champions. It all kicks off today.
And welcome everyone to the next stop of the National STOL 2024 season. We're here at the Military Aviation Museum in Virginia Beach, Virginia for Heritage STOL. We've got a great crowd gathering here at this very special place, and I am joined on the mic with Museum Director Keegan Chetwynd and Museum Volunteer Coordinator and Curator, say that 5 times fast, Zach Boffman. And we are so excited, everyone, to have you here both in person and online for some great STOL flying action with a few, may I call them, warbird interruptions. So it's going to be a fun day. We're going to get things started for you guys in just a moment. Keegan, Zach, real quick, before we get started, I just want to give you the opportunity to welcome everyone to, and thank you for welcoming us to this this fantastic home of aviation you have here.
Well, Ryan, we sure appreciate it. We're very excited to have National STOL here at the Military Aviation Museum. Obviously, aviation's a huge, broad community. It's exciting when you get to meet new people and other people that find different facets of it interesting. I know we've got an airplane kind of waiting to kick us off here, but the official Pungo welcome has to be provided first.
Oh, geez.
All day, everyone will be flying over strawberry fields here in the area. We're kind of famous for our strawberries, so these were picked for you this morning.
Wow, look at that. I don't know if I've ever seen a strawberry that aesthetic. This is like, it should be a TV commercial for strawberries. We're going to be munching on these all day, and I'm sure the crew's going to come steal them. That is so cool. And that's just over the trees right over there.
Yeah, in fact, while the airplanes are in the pattern today, they will be over several of the you pick strawberry operations. Here, Zach, you could put those over there for us.
I want to eat one, but I wouldn't be able to talk. That is awesome. Thank you so much for that. And, yeah, you guys have welcomed us with open arms, and we're so excited to be here. So we wouldn't be a race if we didn't start with, of course, the most important thing. If everyone could please rise, remove your caps for the national anthem. And it's something pretty special to hear the national anthem as we look at a L2 bird on grass just down the runway from an original World War II tower building.
Tower, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I was like, did they call it a control tower back then? I walked through it last night. It was amazing.
Technically a watch office back then, but we are home to the RAF Gox Hill Watch Office, which was the first station transferred to U.S. Army Air Force's control after the U.S. entered the war. I'm sure Zach has probably a little bit more to tell us about the Taylorcraft when you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, let's do 2 things first before this Taylorcraft gets in the sky. One, everyone, all day today you're going to see some amazing pilots flying amazingly just for you. And so we want you to let them know. You want to give their appreciation to them. We've got a fan favorite vote. So go to nationalstol.com/vote, nationalstol.com/vote. That's anyone here in person or online. You can do that. Vote for your favorite pilot. There actually is a prize for them. And so we would love for you to do that for them. Watch them all day. Vote. what is it? Vote early, vote often, something like that. You can do that here. So that's the thing we'd love you to do. This L2 is about to take off, and we're going to see a little taste of what STOL flying was back during World War II. And Zach, I'm wondering if you could give us a little bit of history about the aircraft and about the kind of flying it did.
So the airplane that you're seeing taking off right now is a 1942 Taylorcraft L2. L stands for liaison airplane. Liaison aircraft are small, light aircraft that were used for reconnaissance, artillery spotting, air ambulance, package and message delivery, basically an aerial jeep. They often referred to the liaison birds as grasshoppers because they'd hop around all over the place. L2s typically did not see service overseas. Most of the airplanes that were overseas were Piper L4s, the J3 Cub, if you will, and the Stinson L5s. This airplane that you're seeing is painted in D-Day markings from June 6, 1944, the invasion of Normandy. That is why it has the black and white stripes on the wings and fuselage. It's being flown by a museum volunteer, Dave Von Rump. Dave served in the Navy as a nurse anesthesiologist for 28 years. He joined the museum as a volunteer 8 years ago. He's put in over 5,000 hours of volunteer service to the museum. So he's one of our great docents, gives a lot of tours here at the museum. He's been a private pilot for the last 16 years. And one of his accomplishments that he likes to talk about is he's landed at every airport in Virginia. So he is a Virginia Aviation Ambassador. And his airplane has been fully restored. Like I said, it was built in 1942. It went to Texas after being manufactured in Alliance, Ohio. And it served in the civilian pilot training program, which was a program that trained pilots to give them the basics of flying before they entered the service. So you'd often get about 10, 12 hours in something like an L2 before you'd go into primary flight training in the service.
Yeah, the civilian pilot training program, one of the great triumphs of the pre-World War II years. It gave American pilots a much-needed leg up by the time we ended up in the war, Zach. We had a cadre of experienced pilots that could kind of move through flight training here in the United States pretty quickly. I think Bud Anderson may have been a civilian pilot training program graduate, and so were several of the Tuskegee Airmen as well as the Women Air Force Service pilots.
That's correct. And many colleges and universities around the country had civilian pilot training programs, so it was something that college-trained people could do. And when the war started, you had to be a college graduate to become a pilot, and they took that away later on because they needed more pilots than they had college graduates available.
I think one of the interesting things about flight training in general is that as the need for liaison pilots in aircraft with great short takeoff and landing performance expanded, a lot of the guys who washed out of flight training, who'd expected to be fighter pilots, bomber pilots, transport pilots, as long as they had passed the primary instruction phase, they could be redirected to become liaison pilots. The life of a liaison pilot was pretty different too. The guys that were flying these airplanes in combat oftentimes did so attached to infantry and artillery units. They'd be right down in the field with the ground pounders, basically doing the roles that we kind of expect from a helicopter today. So you can kind of understand how the need to be able to get in and out of a very constricted space was a huge part of that. And I think that we see the kind of post-war expansion of STOL as a hobby or as part of the aviation tradition was because so many of these guys came home with this amazing skill set they'd learned basically out of necessity.
That's absolutely correct.
So there's a little bit of, there's a connection then to the rest of the aircraft in the collection, right? Like this is not in the museum's collection. This is Dave's personal aircraft. But talk to me about how, if you were to, I walked through the hangars last night with your docents. It was amazing, and that's something we invite our guests here today to do as well. you can see the progression inside, right? You've got I believe it's a Stinson L-bird in there. You can see the progression through. What other aircraft do you have in the collection that kind of fit this role, this STOL role?
So I'm sure Zach can expand at some length on the aircraft in the collection in his role as curator, but a couple of the STOL-capable airplanes are out on the ramp here at the show today, so if you haven't had a chance to check them out, you're of course more than welcome to do that. Our volunteers will be opening up the World War I hangar at 10 a.m., and you'll be able to tour the rest of the facility with them as well. A couple of the high points to look out for, we do have the ubiquitous Cub. Ours particularly is painted as an NE-1, a Navy version that was used to test launch and recovery from a blimp.
And it's called Glimpy?
It is called Glimpy, yeah.
Glimpy. I loved it. Sorry, that was cool.
Yeah, no, you're good. It's not the original Glimpy, but it is kind of a tribute scheme to the work that was done here off the coast, launching and recovering Cubs from blimps. We do also have Fiesler Storch in the collection. That's probably one of the most famous short takeoff and landing performers out of the war years. Purpose-built German design, famous for landing on top of a mountain and rescuing Mussolini when he was imprisoned by the Allies. That it was thought that no airplane would be able to rescue him. The Germans sent an experimental helicopter to begin the mission. When it broke down, the Storch flew into the space originally anticipated for the helicopter, was able to load everyone up and fly out. A pretty incredible raid, actually. We do also have an L5, a Stinson L5, and they were known as the Flying Jeep. They were the first purpose-built STOL and liaison aircraft in the U.S. military. The rest of the airplanes, like the Cub, were pretty much impressed. They were able to take them off a civilian production line and put them directly into service. So looking at this Taylorcraft L2 as it comes up here, it's pretty close to the civilian pre-war version of itself because it was already such a capable airframe that it just made sense to go ahead and paint it green. But Zach, you want to tell us a little bit more about it?
You did a very good job there, Keegan, covering everything. Before the war, there was a series of military exercises, and they put out a call to civilian manufacturers. So you had Ronca, Taylorcraft, Piper, Rearwin, Stinson, and several others that provided small aircraft to be used in this liaison role to test them out. And of course, the Piper L4 got the main contract, and then the Stinson L5. But you had a Stinson L1, you had a Ronca L3, several others, clear up to L19, which was used during the Korean War.
One thing I do want to just say real quick is it's kind of an exciting part of Heritage STOL here that we have this World War II veteran 80-year-old aircraft leading in the new generation of STOL airplanes to begin the competition, and that's really what we were looking for here at the museum. We wanted to connect the history and the tradition of aviation with these great demonstrations of airmanship from these pilots. Ryan, thank you guys so much for being here.
And with that, it looks like we're getting ready to kick off the adventure class. But I want everyone in the crowd, as we see the L2 piloted by Dave Von Rump there taxiing back to the ramp. If you could give Dave a round of applause for that great L-bird flying. We'd appreciate that. We appreciate him flying for us. He even flew yesterday during the practice session where it was, I think the quote was sporty. He said it was a little sporty out with the winds. And so we appreciate him taking the time to bring his bird in to show us. And I think that what's interesting is I keep getting transported back. I keep going back in time, seeing him fly on this field, and then to have our aircraft, like you said, Keegan, like in the competition. It's just an interesting little time warp for me as we sit here.
We kind of like to think that this place is warbird heaven, and on a day like today, with everyone else joining us here out of the general aviation community, we realize it's kind of heaven for all of us that love airplanes.
Okay, it's time to kick off the adventure class. Let's get our lineup for you today here. We've got Keith Lang in the 1956 Piper Super Cub. We've got James Barkheimer in a 2009 Cub Crafters EX2. Adam Gordon, 2015 Cub Crafters EX2. And Jeff McMahon, 2011 Murphy Super Rebel. That's your Adventure Class lineup presented by Legend Aircraft. Let's meet them now. First, from all the way up in Wasilla, Alaska, it's Keith Lang in that 1956 Piper Super Cub. It's number 50, everybody. Give him a round of applause. Woohoo! Next, from Iran, Texas, in a 2009 Cub Crafters, it's number 432, James Barkheimer. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Behind him, it's Adam Gordon, number 88, all the way from Oakdale, Louisiana, in a 2015 Cub Crafters. And last but certainly not least, number 922, also from Iran, Texas, is Jeff McMahon, 2011 Murphy Super Rebel. Give a round of applause for Jeff McMahon. Oh, got all the mistakes out of the way early in the day. We're excited to kick this off. This class, it's so exciting to start off with this class right after seeing an Elbird, because look, that Super Cub from 1956, it's not that different from what we saw flying with the Taylor craft. A little more power, a little different wing. These are the aircraft that it might be synonymous with bush flying. If you randomly were to Google bush plane, something like this, either a Cub type, basically, right, is what's gonna come up, and so that's what we have here for you today.
I think it's amazing to see that a couple of them are still flying with cargo pods on the bottom, or a rifle case. I think they're on the last one. Definitely a call back to the backcountry origins of kind of modern STOL competing.
And let's do a weather check right now as the green flag has been waved. Very different conditions from yesterday. There we go. Wind, currently our station's reading 0 knots from 56 degrees. The turf is nice and dry, a little humid, and our density altitude below 0. So good conditions, very different from flying up in the mountains. Yesterday we had a direct crosswind almost the entire day. And yeah, look at those flags. Not a lot of action on Keith Lang now. Wishing for a little more wind, probably. James Barkheimer now pulling up to the line. Hoping for a little burst of wind, but nothing coming. Sometimes you'll see these competitors wait for the flags to rustle a little bit. Here's James, tail up high, wagging that rudder back and forth, and he's off nice and short. Somewhere in the 90-foot range, I think. All of the line judges there are pilots in the other classes to try to keep it all safe and fair. Adam Gordon from Louisiana, now the new host of Swamp STOL, our first stop in the circuit. Flying that Carbon Cub EX2, big Cato propeller up front. And Keegan, you mentioned the cargo pod. They've been proven, I don't know, maybe in quotes. There's Adam now off short, similar to James. Those cargo pods aerodynamically are a benefit. So people are actually keeping them on because the aircraft seem to perform better with them on, which is blows my mind. I'm sure they're empty, but aerodynamically they're helping with the lifting body. I don't know.
What's the story with the rifle case?
I think the rifle case just adds 5 horsepower.
Oh, okay. Well, that is very interesting to know that. I mean, it's amazing to me to see how these airplanes have been refined, redeveloped. You know, they're essentially a very similar airplane, but, you know, aerodynamically taken to an extreme.
And here's Jeff McMahon in the 2022 Ryan Murphy Super Cup. We're starting it off right now with just fat tire after fat tire after fat tire. Let's check the scores first. Let's see how we're going. Now, here's the thing. People not super excited about no wind when it comes to STOL. They would love a little wind over the nose, so I think we're going to see longer scores than we normally would. Maybe even longer distances than yesterday, even though they were fighting a direct crosswind. You saw some competitors kind of cheating into the wind a little bit to try to get an extra few knots on the nose. None of that right now. And I think probably if it were me, and I'm not a world-class bush pilot, I would prefer now to yesterday. But I don't know. They might be wishing for a little extra dose of wind.
It was definitely sporty yesterday.
Here's Keith Lang now hanging it. A little risky for a first one. Good over the line, though. Getting those brakes locked up. Keith's got a little extra work to do, right? He's in an older aircraft. He does have those slats on the front. He's done some modifications. But it's not made of carbon fiber the way maybe even all 3 of them are. As people are hanging out at the museum today, we talked a little bit about the L-birds that you have on display. Any other aircraft they should check out on static display today?
I think certainly, a great collection on static display. Our de Havilland Mosquito is probably one of the most popular airplanes in the collection. The airplane that started our whole collection is a Curtiss P-40 Warhawk, so there'll be an opportunity to check that airplane out as well. Its iconic shark mouth really can't be missed. I do think that there's going to be some great demonstration flying this afternoon as well. We're going to be joined by our North American SNJ-2 Texan, and we'll also be seeing a flight demonstration from our FM2 Wildcat. And we talked briefly yesterday, but I have this belief that the Navy is the masters of short takeoff and landing, necessitated by their ability to perform from a boat. Aircraft carriers today utilize catapults, arrestor gear. Aircraft like the Wildcat could take off of a straight deck carrier with no catapult assist. Granted, the carrier was turned into the wind, so you can't overstate the importance of wind over the aircraft when you're trying to get off the ground quickly. Zach, what are some of your favorites in the collection?
Sorry, Jeff McMahon just dropping it in there. It's not about passenger comfort, much like on a carrier. Not very comfortable, I'd imagine, to land on that. Sorry, go ahead, Zach.
Keegan, some of my favorite aircraft in the collection, P-40 is just classic and painted in the Flying Tiger scheme. There's just nothing perhaps more classic than a P-40 and a Flying Tiger scheme. The Mosquito is just gorgeous. Our Spitfire, Corsair, there's just so many in the collection. Our Soviet aircraft are fantastic. We have one of the greatest collections of Soviet World War II aircraft in the world here on display. So I love everything. Everything in the collection is amazing.
You have a MiG. It's a MiG-3?
Correct, MiG-3.
And it was funny because I walked by it and I said, ooh, that's kind of pretty. And someone said, like, but is it though? And no, it is. It's really pretty. It's got a red star on the side. We can move past that. It's a beautiful plane.
That's, we do talk a lot about some of the foreign airplanes represented in the collection. There is a Messerschmitt 109 here, a Ju-52, other aircraft like that. It's really important to us to preserve aviation history and to really acknowledge what went on in World War II. In truth, we have the Axis airplanes so that we can demonstrate for people what our guys were up against. Airplanes like the Zero, which we do have one in the collection, but it isn't here at the museum yet. They overmatched airplanes like the Wildcat, and it really was through courage alone and advanced tactics that we were able to best some mechanically superior airplanes. So we feel it's important to continue to preserve that as a record of what our guys were willing to go up against kind of in the cause of freedom.
Want to pause here and just say that Keith Lang took a heck of a bite with his tail nice and high there. Here's James Barkheimer now in that Cub Crafters, I think it's an EX2. James currently in first place with a combined score of 178. Keith Lang with 203. Right around 98 feet-ish, I think, for James there. Adam Gordon now currently in third place with 210. Real tight between Keith Lang and Adam Gordon. James up in front pretty healthily, but anything can change, especially if we get a little bit of wind. And then Jeff McMahon in the back with a very respectable 285 feet combined. That's a 106-foot takeoff and 179-foot landing. Here's Adam Gordon now. Pulled a little early. You heard him in the package leading up to today, recapping yesterday. He said he didn't fly with 1,000 miles to lose. He's here to win, and you can see that in his flying today. Here's Jeff McMahon now in that Murphy Super Cub replica. Waiting for spacing.
It's so interesting to see them wait for conditions to be just right as well.
So it's a combination of the Air Boss releasing them for spacing, and then now I think he's been released, and he was like, oh wait, there's a little tickle on the flags there. I'm going to take it. And look at that. We have a little bit shorter for him. 106 was his first takeoff. We'll see what comes in next. Big difference for Keith Lang between his first and second takeoff, 119 down to 93. He is he's the calm competitor, calm and confident, and every time you think he's out, he'll just bust out a few feet shorter. So Keith's one to watch. Here he is now.
I don't know if they're ever getting me or not.
Just beyond the intersecting runway there. And he is hanging it all on the line right away, just hovering in there. Flaps fully down. Losing a little bit of engine power there to keep him in the air. High alpha down over the line, and couldn't have done that more textbook. In case you're wondering, the tail, which maybe this is different than if you were like landing on a carrier, you probably wouldn't want this, but for our purposes, the tail can land before the line. We just can't have those main wheels touch them or land before them at all. So he actually landed perfectly. That tail wheel touched down before the line. That's great because now that tail wheel is creating some drag on the ground, helping slow him down.
There are these kind of famous stories in World War II of aircraft like the Storch being able to hover if they're flown into flown correctly into a strong enough headwind. So as we see these airplanes up overhead today, it kind of makes you realize, well, airspeed has a lot to do with it, and just exciting to see airplanes kind of drifting down over the line, kind of managing their power as they're doing that.
James Barkheimer now, his second takeoff, gave up a lot of feet. 85 was his first one, 111 feet was his second takeoff, but he's coming in nice and slow. Good over the line. Lexi is waving the checkered flag and stopped. Looks like they're all standing around the 75, 76 mark.
I can't help but think that the World War II liaison pilots would have loved to have Tundra tires.
Tundra tires and horsepower, and because what was the horsepower of the L2?
A whopping 65 horsepower.
That's very different from Adam Gordon here.
you could certainly understand the utility of airplanes like this and techniques like this, and you know, kind of unforgiving and harsh conditions out in the west.
Ooh, McMahon there getting a little sporty, but he got it under control.
You know, utility of bush planes, being able to get people in and out, being able to go hunting, fishing. You could see how aircraft, you know, surplus after the war ended up so widespread and scattered around the country. A big part of what we do here at the museum is try to track those airplanes down, bring them back here, restore them, and make them available to people so they can continue to be seen and enjoyed.
So that completes the second of 4 runs for the adventure class as we head into our third run. Keith Lang, actually, nope, still James Barkheimer holding tight with 178 feet. Keith Lang down to 184. See, he's coming for it. He's like, I'm coming for you, youngin'. That's probably not. That's not how Keith Lang talks, but that's probably what he's thinking. Adam Gordon actually with a scratch on that second run, so he holds fast at 210. But look at that, Jeff McMahon now down to 200. That's tight. That's super tight. We only have, what is that, 22 feet between all, oh, well, we've got, no, 32 feet. I can math. That's a pretty tight spread for a bunch of planes. Keith now coming to the line. He's looking for, he's like, maybe I'm getting a little wind off the right side now. Maybe it's coming, look at the sponsor flags. It's coming a little bit from the right. He's going to try to get a little bit over the nose that way. Huge tail high, pulled maybe a little early. So hard to tell in this light wind whether or not you've got the speed that you need. The plane's not maybe giving you as much feedback. James Barkheimer says, oh, Keith did that. Maybe I'll go over here too. Currently with the shortest takeoff of 85 feet at that first run.
It's pretty incredible to see people posting up takeoff and landing distances that are less than the wingspan of the C-46 that's in our museum collection. It's pretty wild to imagine that they'd be able to land in the width of an airplane.
Here's James now, tail nice and high, and it timed it exactly right off into the air, into the sky. And we're feeling a little bit of a breeze in the broadcast trailer now.
Yeah, the windsock is stretched out a little bit more than it was.
Clear Crosswinds in the chat saying, I never heard of STOL until Sun and Fun 2 weeks ago. STOL Demo was awesome. Well, we are so happy that you found us. Adam Gordon on the line. A little less aggressive on the tail, pulls it a little too soon. Correcting to the right there as Jeff McMahon on the line. Jeff received his pilot certificate in 1984. He's owned a Cessna 140, a 182, and a 170. Currently, he's trying to catch up with your collection. He's got a 1975 Cessna 210, a Maul, and an experimental Cub Crafters. So he's got 1, 2, 3. He's got 4 planes. He's got a few more to catch up to you guys.
It's interesting to know that he bought a Cub for his sons to learn to fly in, and that's just such an amazing callback to the way that so many people have learned to fly, and you know what a foundational airplane the Cub design is for so many people, going all the way back to World War II and to the years before it.
I had the privilege of learning to fly in a J3 Cub, and I don't know if it actually made me a better pilot, but it makes me feel like I'm a better pilot than everybody else. So that alone was worth the price of admission. Keith now really hanging it out. You can see the wings dropping. He's working those control surfaces. Tails touching. Oh, a scratch for Keith Lang. Lexi looks a little sad about it. That one would have been textbook Wasilla, Alaska flying there from Keith Lang. Just a little too short.
I think when people think of STOL, they tend to think of the great event up in Valdez, and they think of, a lot of Alaska flying, but this kind of flying has roots all around the country. This field that we're at wasn't a military airfield, during the war. It was actually a post-war facility constructed for banner tow aircraft and crop dusters that supported the local agricultural community.
James Barkheimer. A little bit higher of an approach this time. Getting that tail touch. Boom! Right over the line. Couldn't have got that more textbook. He had to let up on the brakes just a little bit to keep the tail from going too high. I had the privilege of flying with James at Swamp STOL, and he also has that. I feel it was what's the phrase? Talk softly, carry a big stick. Walk softly. What is it? I don't know. He's that guy. He's just quiet, calculated, humble too. Too short for Adam Gordon.
It's hard not to get super invested in each airplane as they
Right?
as that blue flag comes up. You're just like, oh God.
Well, and I think it's also a testament. I mean, Lexi has been, I think, the line judge at almost every national STOL event, and she takes that job very seriously. But over the years, she's become really, as we all have, really tight friends with all the competitors, and you can see the heartbreak on her face when she's got to call the scratch. Jeff McMahon, super high, gave up a lot of footage to the landing. He's going to get it rolled out somewhere around 175.
I think that's the thing that sticks out to me as you guys have been here for the last couple days setting up. You kind of get a sense of a great community of pilots. We've got a great general aviation community here in Virginia, a lot of interesting airports to fly to. It's so nice to be able to host people from across the country to come here and enjoy what we have to offer. I know a couple of the folks got here a little early and flew down the Outer Banks in North Carolina, starting with the First Flight Airport, where the Wright brothers had their very first short takeoff and landing, I guess you would say. And they went on down to Ocracoke and to Cape Hatteras, and it's so amazing that we've got folks here from Montana, Texas, Louisiana, all here to kind of demonstrate their skill with these airplanes, but also to enjoy flying in a different region, seeing a different part of the country. That's one of the great things that aviation gives you, that you can enjoy when you have an airplane.
And then enjoy it times two, because you can maybe, if you at the right land on a beach or a mountain.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say enjoy it times two because these airplanes are slow.
Oh. Well done. It's time for the final lap, everybody. Here's Keith Lang. He's going for it. Exactly timed right. Look how high he got the tail there. He's trying to do, I've even heard theories about pilots trying to use the lever action of the tail wheel to force the aircraft into the air. For me, it's more about speed and angle of attack, right? You want to get the bigger bite of angle attack, the apparent wind, the way the wind is flying over the wing there. Keith has slats on the front of his wing. You're going to hear us talk about a lot of aviation terms today, folks, and slats are the control surfaces. They're actually just out in front of the leading edge of the wing, and they help the wind, the air, stay connected to the wing longer. That's my best aeronautical engineer explanation. Here's James Barkheimer getting the flaps down. He's off nice and short. Heading into this run, James Barkheimer currently in first place with a whopping 154 feet. Keith Lang heading into this run with 184. Jeff McMahon with 200 feet. And Adam Gordon with the double scratches only on the board from his first run with 210. Adam Gordon's got one last chance to get another score on the board. Feels like he's still pulling a little early. Wasn't quite ready to fly there. McMahon now on the line. Checking those controls. That's one of my favorite things to see. Even with, like, you know, get the F-18s at Oceana, they get booted up, they're ready to go, and they're flapping all the slats and flaps and tail surfaces, and rudders are all wiggling all around. It's so fun. I don't know.
Well, if you want to see something really cool, when they unfold the wings for the Wildcat is a pretty special treat. They're not hydraulically actuated, so they've got to be done manually on the ground before the airplane taxis out.
That sounds like a fun way to do it. McMahon in the air, and while Keith Lang is on kind of, well, for a STOL Field extended final, I want to take a minute to chat about our friends over at Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance. They've been a partner with National STOL since the beginning. They've got excellent customer service. They actually, not only do we use this product, Justin Tisdale is insured by them. You'll see him fly later. And if I'm not mistaken, you guys are insured by them as well.
Oh, absolutely. We, you know, our role as custodians of a collection of historic airplanes means that protecting those assets is a big part of what we do here. And Ladd Gardner's slogan of Aviation Protected definitely speaks to our priorities and preservation of the aircraft. So that was a good one. No, I'm drawn into it as well. The team at Ladd Gardner has been pretty great to us here at the museum. They've been a longtime partner for us, supporters to the museum that give back to support events like this one happening here, but also just a great group of folks to work with. We have, as you might imagine, kind of an unusual set of insurance expectations and requirements with you know, over 30 flying World War II airplanes in the collection and about 80 airframes in various stages of repair and restoration. So it's really important to us to work with people who are airplane people, who can appreciate it, kind of share our passion, you know, that are just as at home as we are out here watching and enjoying this stuff, because the team at Ladd just gets it. And
I'm sorry, I can't help but react.
Yeah, I wonder if he has Ladd Gardner too.
Bunch of aviation geeks in the booth here, folks.
Yeah. So Keith Lang did improve on that fourth run, down to 177. James Barkheimer not improving from his third run with 154. We've got 2 chances left to unseat those first and second place competitors. Adam Gordon needs another one on the board. He's safe over the line, giving up some feet there. Heavy on the brakes. Getting it stopped. We're on the let's call it 140 mark. And that all but seals it for McMahon in third place now. Good over the line. Nice landing for Jeff McMahon.
Certainly some amazing flying going on out here, and I think we do want to thank everyone for coming out to the museum today to enjoy this. Thank you for your support of this new first-time event out here. It's great to host folks from across the country. Great circuit with National STOL, great aviation community and fellowship happening. If you get a chance to meet any of these STOL pilots today, definitely take it. They're great folks. We have a commitment from the folks from Louisiana to airlift some crawfish into us next year if we host the event again. So thank you all for your support, and hopefully we'll be seeing you here for a crawfish boil next year.
Let's take a look at the results of the Adventure Class, again presented by Legend Aircraft here at Heritage STOL 2024. In fourth place with 210 feet combined, it's Adam Gordon. Third place, Jeff McMahon with 195 feet. Second place, Keith Lang with 177 feet. And in first, all the way from Iran, Texas, in that 2009 Cub Crafters EX2, James Barkheimer with a combined score of 154 feet. We are going to go to commercial, and we'll be right back with the pilots. What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star STOL here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke's for everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. A round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Brian Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck.
It's good. Textbook.
Sub 60 feet on that one. It's an unlimited class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the Beast Mode MOAC, Colin Geneva.
Oh my goodness gracious. Frank Knapp showing that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary.
My name is Brian Stack. I'm from Mineola, Texas. This is my 2020 Legend MOAC. Box one, go. You know, at the time, I had no idea what I was building. Went and talked to Darren and Randy at Legend Aircraft, and, you know, I just built an airplane that we could go fly in.
And those MOACs make it challenging, don't they?
Oh man, them are some beautiful birds, and the pilots are good. You know, it's competition.
He calls this airplane, not only does he call it Pepper, he also says it's part of the wolf pack. You can tell why he says that beautiful wolf on the front.
For STOL, It's hard to beat a Super Cub. It's called a Lycoming 0290. It's only 125 horsepower. Being as lightweight as it does, it seems to compete pretty good, especially in the stall stuff compared to the bigger guys.
Now,
here
Brian
comes Brian.
Shirley with a
Oh,
scratch
with a
for
scratch.
Brian Shirley.
But now I kind of had time to regroup myself, because it does kind of get in your mind a little bit that you got off your routine a little bit, and I was off my routine today altogether. Brand new airplane, just got it done. I've had it in the mountains at my home airport up there is at 8,000. I've had it at Leadville, which is 10,000. Where I'm actually from is Dodge City, Kansas, and I've had it there is 2,600. So yeah, I've had all over the country. It's performing well.
Alrighty, it looks like we've got our SNJ-2 on the takeoff roll here. This again is a warbird in the museum's collection here at the Military Aviation Museum. The famous sound of the T6 going by is made by the blade tips, so I want to pause for everyone to get a chance to enjoy that.
Those are the tips going supersonic there, making that screaming noise that you hear. Our airplane is a 1940 SNJ-2. It was not equipped with a tail hook. Some of the SNJ models, the -3, -4, -5, were all equipped with tail hooks for carrier practice. Ours was not. Our airplane served in the Philadelphia area, where it was used for training and different things, and it spent its time here in the States during the war.
One of just a handful of its specific variant that were built. Improvements were made later to the SNJ, both to make them easier to build, easier to work on, easier to repair, once it became obvious that the nation was going to war. After Pearl Harbor, North American opened significant facilities around the country in order to produce airplanes like this. The nickname Texan was earned because so many of them were used down in Texas. Over 60 landing and training facilities were built across the state of Texas in the years leading up to the war. Part of important preparation work that was done to make sure that we'd have enough pilots for what was needed to come during the war.
And if you can imagine, Texas was a great place to do training because of the fairly decent weather and the very flat terrain.
Yeah, those of you that have spent any amount of time in Texas, you won't be surprised to learn that the Army's assessment was that there were 364 usable flying days in a year in Texas. Just one day scratched for the rain or inclement weather, whatever it may have been. If you get a chance to fly around in that part of the country, you'll see a lot of airports laid out just exactly the same, a triangle of 3 runways, so that you could always be kind of into a favorable headwind with takeoff. Flying the airplane right now is museum pilot JR. We do get a lot of questions about how you become a pilot here at the museum. All of our pilots are volunteers. They do this because they share the passion for these aircraft. They love and enjoy the history. They like to share them with other folks. So we do have kind of a pretty cool gig on offer as volunteering goes. You do have to have a lot of tail wheel time. You have to be experienced with airplanes like the T6. You basically have to learn to fly the high-performance aircraft the way that we did learn to fly them during the war, starting out in airplanes like the Cub or the Stearman and working your way up to aircraft like this S&J that's overhead before you can go on to heavier, more complex airplanes like the Mustang. This system was designed during the war to give everyone kind of an opportunity to ease in, to kind of make the learning process super efficient. The early primary trainers like the Stearman, that's just where you mastered the foundational aspects of flying. In the follow-on section of basic training, you would learn how to use onboard electrical systems and learn how to fly in formation, do things like that, navigation, and so on.
Talk on the radio?
Yeah, talk on the radio. Those early Stearmans definitely didn't have radios in them. Then by the time you moved on to aircraft like the Texan, you were perfecting combat maneuvering, learning about aircraft with retractable landing gear, more powerful engines, variable pitch propellers. All of this was to better prepare you for combat overseas. The average American pilot would go overseas to combat having had at least 200 to 250 hours of instruction in airplanes like the one that's flying overhead right now. Towards the end of the war, fuel limitations in Germany and in Japan would mean that those pilots were lucky to have about 3 hours of actual airplane flying by comparison.
Our S&J is powered by a Wright 1340, 550 horsepower, max speed of about 205 miles per hour.
It's got kind of a great throaty growl. I don't know how well it translates for those out there on the live stream, but for those of us here on the grounds, we are really, really enjoying that sound up there.
As Keegan was saying, you'd go through 3 phases of flight training, with the advanced being the last. You'd start out in primary in something like the Stearman, which we have on display on our ramp outside the Navy hangar. You get about 65 hours in the Stearman. You had to solo by 13 hours. If you could not solo by 13 hours, you were washed out. Once you passed your primary training, you go into basic, another 65 to 75 hours, and then you'd go into advanced. You either went into single engine or multi-engine. If you went into single engine, it was the Texan.
Now, the Texan in the Army Air Force is known as the AT-6, Advanced Trainer 6. The Navy, however, just to be difficult, couldn't call it an AT-6, so that's hence the nickname SNJ. J stands for North American, of all things, SN being a Naval Scout that was going to be used in a training capacity. So sometimes you hear things like FM2, FG1D. In the case of the FG1D, that's fighter, Goodyear. Their first design, our Corsair, was built by Goodyear, the tire company, and well-known aviation giant at the time.
JR's got the gear down. I believe he's coming into land now.
As we see it just there coming towards the end of the runway, it's amazing to think that airplanes just like this one were used to train our nation's fighting men more than 80 years ago. This is over 80 years old, this airplane. Lovingly cared for and kept in flying condition by a team of mechanics here at the museum, known affectionately as the Fighter Factory, and set up for flight today by a crew of volunteers. Zach is our volunteer coordinator here, and he does represent and help manage a team of over 250 volunteers with whom it would be simply impossible. Without whom it would be simply impossible to run the museum. If you're interested in a volunteer opportunity here at the museum, I'd encourage you to stop by, visit us at the info desk, get to know some of the guys. We're proud to say that many of them are retired naval aviators here in our community that served our country overseas, conflicts as varied as Korea, Vietnam, and those more recent.
And they bring that expertise to the museum, and they like to share it with our guests. We have just wonderful stories from our volunteers.
Now, you're probably wondering where Ryan has been for the last couple of minutes. That's because Zach and I have shanghaied his command booth here and have kind of been doing our own thing. We are going to throw it over to him, though, directly out on the flight line as the S&J is taxiing by. So, Ryan, when you're ready, take it away.
How's everybody doing? You guys having fun? I have the Adventure Class pilots right here. Let's give them a round of applause. Where's Santa Claus? A round of applause, even. Gentlemen, in my hand, I have the scores. Do you know what they are? You don't. Oh, this is exciting. Okay, everyone, in Adventure Class, in third place, with a combined score of 195 feet, Jeff McMahon. Let's give him a round of applause. Now you want to look at the sheet. Don't spoil it. With a combined score of 177 feet, Keith Lang. And in first place, with a combined score of 154 feet, James Barkheimer. James, we got to know, how was it out there for you today?
Honestly, towards the end, it was a bit shifty. The wind started getting up above the trees, and I'm sure y'all saw me dip a wing maybe once back there, but at the line, the wind was good. It was fun. Love flying with these guys. There's nobody better to be with.
Anyone you want to say hi to before we head off to the next class?
Definitely my wife and kids. They're watching at home. And all these guys and gals watching here and the kiddos, love seeing y'all here, and we greatly appreciate it.
That's just the first class. Congratulations, guys. Adam Gordon, awesome performance as well. I'm just here to support everybody. He said, I'm just here to support everybody. We've got more STOL flying in just a minute. We'll be back with you soon. Thanks so much, everybody.
All right. Pictures.
So the touring class, it used to be just touring airplanes, and now that we've switched around the classes, because the 170Bs would always win, so they ended up putting us in the Bush class, which it's a touring airplane, and the word has it Austin Clemens isn't coming, because the Super 170's in his class.
Tough battle, but Husky will win at the end of the day.
A little backstory here. I've been struggling. I used to be super consistent.
I think that little 4 or 5 knot crosswind just threw them off. They couldn't handle it.
So last night, Micah was inhaling helium, which obviously lightens the load.
So I went from the top to fighting for upper percentile.
Let me tell you something, Reese. We're out here today with some of these fine airplanes flying, but there's one that was on fire today because I had a front row seat and I watched all 3 of those pilots fly. Sean Johnson was on fire today. He was flying his best game, and he got to bring his best game because he's flying against Michael Lindstrom and Jeff Pohl, 2 of the best pilots in the lower 48. Let me tell you, brother, they're awesome out here today with this beautiful weather. It's so good to be out here.
Well, I did a pull test on my airplane. I was only pulling 745 pounds, and so I had them deburr the cylinders, and now I'm pulling 815 pounds of thrust.
And we are back, folks. What an exciting first class, the Adventure Class. And guess what? It just gets more exciting from here. It's time for the Backcountry Class here at the Military Aviation Museum. By the way, I didn't get to hang out with you guys during the S&J. That was pretty dope. That was pretty cool. I liked seeing that. That was a lot of fun. Let's look at our lineup for the Backcountry Class today, brought to you by Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance. Shannon Ennis in the 1967 Cessna 172H model. Edward Smith, 1952 Cessna 170 Bravo. Jerry Clemens in the 2008 Aviat A1C. And John Luton in another Husky, 1991 model. That's your Backcountry Class coming at you in just a second here in Virginia Beach.
I do want to mention that Shannon up front there is sibling. He's a brother to one of our team here at the Fighter Factory, so we do have a bit of a home team bias here. We are pretty excited to see Shannon out here flying, representing the Chesapeake, Virginia community.
Got to spend a little bit of time with him, and he's trying to learn as much as he can from all the more experienced competitors. And actually, I think he's coming around the bend right now.
I think it's so great to see that in a sport like National STOL, we can bring new folks along. We can bring people along on their first time. This is Shannon's first weekend doing this. Yesterday was his first time practicing it. So no doubt lots to see there, but it's great to see a community of pilots that come together and embrace each other, kind of bring each other along in their pilot skills. So it is competitive, but competitive, I think, in a really constructive and healthy way that gives people a new opportunity to join and participate. If you're out there in the crowd and have an airplane and you chose not to bring it this year because you were worried about not knowing how to do this, a great part of the National STOL setup is the practice day. It gives you the opportunity to meet other pilots who same type of airplane as you, or kind of share pointers with each other. And that's one of the great things about this is even if you came here alone in your airplane, this is a team sport because we all love aviation. We're here to enjoy it together.
So everybody, let's get this party started. Number 668 from Chesapeake, Virginia, in the 1967 Cessna 172 hotel model, it's Shannon Ennis. And now from Bradenton, Georgia, number 66 in the 1952 Cessna 170 Bravo model, it's Edward Smith. Hailing from Parsons, Kansas, race number 17 in a 2008 Aviat Husky A1C200, Jerry Clemens. And last but certainly not least, race number 605 from Belgrade, Montana, in a 1991 Christensen Husky A1 model, it's John Luden. So we're about to kick off the next class, gentlemen, and I appreciate you hanging out with me a little bit longer. This class is kind of the other subset of aircraft I think you think about when you think of bush planes. You've got everything from Huskies to the humble and honorable 172 up front there with Shannon Ennis.
The variety is very, very cool.
I think that 172 is a sleeper, though, because they did change the engine on it.
Oh, intel. Let's go over to the weather now here at the Military Aviation Museum in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Got a little bit more wind on the nose now. 3 knots coming from 56 degrees. Altimeter 3042. Turf, guess what? Still dry. A little chilly, but not bad for my Wisconsin blood. And density altitude still below 0. So we've got a lot of nice thick air to work with today. That's nice. What's not so nice, not a lot of wind. You saw the adventure class guys really working to get short distances. And we're going to see more of that today, especially with the metal wing planes there taxiing up to the line. We've got a green flag. It's time for a race. Here's Shannon Ennis in that 172. Learning a little bit about him, his dad, a retired American Airlines pilot, and he learned to fly. And we were talking about L birds. What was the Champ? The Champ would have been an L what?
Champ was post L bird.
Oh, okay. There we go. It wasn't. I didn't mean to send you a trick question. Here's Shannon now digging the tail in. He's gonna have to pay for that later, probably, right? It's really fun, folks, by the way, to have someone like Zach and Keegan in the booth because they are just as nerdy as I am about all this stuff. And it's so fun to... you're not supposed to do that in broadcast and just ask a random question and hope the person knows the answer. But it was a trick question, and I did that unintentionally, and I am sorry.
We play Stump the Zach all the time. It's actually one of the things we get to enjoy here at the museum. Zach's knowledge of aviation history is absolutely remarkable. A P-47 nerd, if ever there was one. He's got a tattoo on his arm to prove it that he got on his 47th birthday.
I don't even know what to say.
There went Ed Smith in that 170 Bravo. If you're a fan of National STOL, you know the 170 Bravo, a very popular model for our competitors. And actually, you can see that show on Barnstormers. The 170 Bravo models seem to go for a bit of a premium.
And Ryan, you've got to talk about this airplane that's up right now and its little secret.
It does have a little secret. So this is Jerry Clemens giving it the beans. Tail super high. He's going for it. Up, perfect, and away he goes. In Delta Delta, we're going to learn about its special secret. Maybe we'll keep everyone in suspense for the landing. It's got a secret landing device. John Luton now with from Belgrade, Montana, in an earlier model Husky, 1991. Says here that he's not only a big game outfitter, but he's also a bronze sculptor.
It's an interesting way to spend your time bronze sculpting. The secret is not a tail hook, for those of you that are wondering.
All right, now I want to send it down to our friend Reese Dockhand in the fan zone with Brandon Korn and John McCardle.
And we're back. Check. All right, Brandon Korn, John McCardle, your touring points leader and chaser. You guys had practiced yesterday. John, you did a great job. What are you going to do today?
It's a little calmer today, so probably not going to be as short, but it was really rough yesterday. I mean, it was really tough to hit the line, gusty, so more consistent, maybe a little longer.
Now, Brandon, you've done a lot to that airplane. It sounds great. You got a lot on the line. You're leading the championship right now. What's going through your mind?
Well, John's getting closer, and I've just been working and tuning on the engine. And yesterday, the wind was just too turbulent for me to put anything down good, but I'll tighten it up today.
Well, good luck out there, and back to you, Ryan.
So thanks so much, Reese. And now we are taking a look at Shannon's first run. Takeoff of 243 feet, but a DQ, a scratch on that landing.
And just a reminder that Shannon just started doing this yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember the last time I took off my 172 in 243 feet. Edward Smith, number 66, coming in the 170 Bravo. Made famous on our circuit by Jeff Pohl and Dirty Bird and Micah Lindstrom. And their good-natured smack talk kind of missed them here, but they're both working on projects. Whoop, holding it off there for Ed Smith. Good over the line, but he's going to give up a lot. But it's better to save it and get on the board than scratch. And because of Shannon's scratch that first run, at least right now, Ed Smith can very briefly say he's in first place. But Jerry Clemens will be coming up right behind him there. You see him hovering off in the distance to your right, folks. A little bit of a higher approach. And I can't promise anything, but what Keegan was alluding to is if you listen closely, you'll hear something different while this aircraft rolls out. And now that I've teed it up, Jerry probably won't do it. But maybe he will do a thing that will be cool. Yeah. Maybe not. First takeoff for Jerry Clemens, 111 feet. Oh, I jinxed it. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm just going to wait. We're going to wait for it to happen.
It's super cool.
Just one of the things for folks to be thinking about as the airplanes are coming in here is, as the wind is moving around, you can imagine the effect that the trees along the edge of the runway has. That's obviously something that backcountry bush pilots are well trained to anticipate. It is something that takes a little bit of getting used to for a lot of pilots out here at our airport, the interaction of the wind over the trees or off the trees.
And yesterday, towards the end of the day, we had seen enough of that crosswind happen. We could actually predict when the airplanes would hit burbles and various turbulence and rotor off the trees. A little bit of a backfire action and some bouncing. That's a little exciting. There we go, getting it stopped for John Luton.
And what we can't see are these pilots are very physical in the cockpit. They're dancing on the rudder pedals, control stick back and forth. So it's a workout.
As they taxi by, so first of all, I just want to say thanks for being our second stop this year. It's awesome, and it's setting the bar really high. We had Swamp STOL. It was a muddy mess is what it was, but it made it even more fun to have survived it, and the competitors went hard even though the runway was really soft and muddy. Now we're here in Virginia Beach. Next up, May 24th and 25th, we go to Pocola, Oklahoma. That's hard to say. Who decided to do that? Arklahoma STOL is just across the border from Fort Smith, Arkansas. And then we're going to be at the Moses Lake Air Show. National STOL will be at Moses Lake Air Show June 14th through 16th. That's really exciting. And then the Appalachian Mountain STOL Competition will be in Pennsylvania, so just crisscrossing the nation. That'll be June 28th and 29th. Hope that you join us there. We'd love to see you. We had people at Swamp. I'm sure there's folks in the crowd right now. Actually, if you're in the crowd from further away than Virginia, I want to hear it. Raise your hand, cheer. I got one hand up further away than Virginia. There we go. Another. I got a whole handful of them. Thanks for coming, folks. That's awesome. We had someone from Swamp STOL drive 9 hours to watch the competition there. Here's Shannon Ennis holding it tail low and getting it off. He's got those electric flaps. He was talking to Brandon Korn from the touring class about that. He's like, when should I pull them? How deep should I put them in? And some wise advice coming from Brandon Korn there. Here is Ed Smith now in the 170 Bravo. We were talking about this yesterday, Zach. I was like, I like the shininess. And you said that in a previous life you used to work at a place that had a lot of shiny, polished airplanes, and it seemed like a lot of work.
It is a lot of work. Absolutely. So he's put in a lot of effort on keeping that airplane as beautiful and shiny as it is.
Ed Smith currently in third place with 465. Here's Jerry Clemens now. Currently in first place, best score of 258 feet. Uncle to famed National STOL pilot Austin Clemens. They're kind of a husky family. They only fly huskies. Okay, Jerry. Mow the lawn for him. Here we go. Up in the air. Now John Luton from Montana in the other husky. That'd make a good L-bird. Throw some olive drab on there.
It looked pretty good.
One thing I do want to say is a big thank you to the National STOL team. They've been out here thanking everyone all morning, and they've showed up on Wednesday, began the setup. It's amazing to see the kind of traveling road show pull into town. Ryan joked yesterday that he's a bit of a carny at this point.
Here's John Luton now. And here comes Shannon now on short final. He's got those flaps dropped. Hearing from race control that he will be pulling off the runway briefly here to try to fix a potential mechanical issue he's got. Good over the line. Now he's got to get heavy on the brakes. He's got that yoke full back. Even though he's not flying anymore, keeping that elevator control up. That's the control surface at the back that, guess what? It's like an elevator. It makes you go up or down. Keeping that in the up position helps with some aerodynamic drag. What we heard from race control is he's got an airspeed indicator that the pitot tube for it has like an automatic cover to keep bugs out of it, and that automatic cover may be stuck. He's not getting an accurate airspeed indication, so he's got to pull off and get that sorted out. Meanwhile, Ed Smith now in the Cessna 170 Bravo over those trees, and man, you know, I know it's an overcast day, but it is a beautiful day. Like, that just looks so beautiful here in Virginia.
What we're not seeing is the view from the aircraft. Just as you kind of break the ground and gain altitude a couple hundred feet, leaving here off your race line is the most incredible view of the Atlantic Ocean and the sandbars stretching out. We really are just not that far from the ocean here, so it has a huge impact on our weather, on our wind. There is just a little hint of salt in the air today, which is kind of a treat, really.
Yeah, would this be considered a sea breeze today? Are we close enough that it's a sea breeze?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my official meteorological opinion as a museum director, but yes.
Looks like a scratch for Ed Smith on that. Watching the replay now. Yep, just before the line, you can see he's kicking up all the grass there. And remember, new for this season, folks, we actually can't touch the line at all. It used to be that you could land on or beyond the line. Now you can't touch it at all, and that was actually a change requested by the pilot rules committee in terms of they're saying, hey, like, you know, landing on it, landing beyond it, that's a careful distinction, and it's hard to do. So really cool to have the pilots involved in the competition and their safety. Ira Walker in social saying, nice A1. Yeah, it is a nice A1.
And for the folks in the crowd, if you can pull up the broadcast, the online broadcast on your phones and devices, you're seeing some incredible views of close-ups of the line, aerial views from the drone. It's just really fantastic broadcast.
The folks in the yellow jerseys out there do actually have a camera. You're able to see slow motion footage of exactly where the wheels are touching the ground. It's pretty amazing to see with some of these landings.
Here's Jerry Clemens. Listen for it. That's not supposed to sound like that. Okay, now we can finally talk about it. Thank you, Jerry, for appeasing us. He's got reverse thrust, or beta pitch, on that prop. That's a seaplane modification that you can do to the Huskies, and it's not a silver bullet. There's a fair amount of pilot workload that happens when you have to do that. You imagine you're already landing the plane. Well, now you have to get the throttle exactly to the right place, hit a button or something. I don't know. He hasn't showed it to me yet. And then apply throttle while you're braking, which is counterintuitive to a pilot, right? So it's a lot of workload, but when it works, shaves a couple feet off. And a close one there. Little sporty for John Luton, but he kept it off.
Do you know why the seaplanes have it?
I mean, I do, but I would like to hear you talk to me about it.
So it's definitely an interesting thing to learn about how seaplane operations are conducted. We've got a PBY Catalina. That's a large World War II flying boat. When you find out about how airplanes operate on water, the first thing that everyone tells you is they're in constant motion. As soon as an engine has been started, the airplane is moving. There's no brakes. There's nothing down on the bottom of the seaplane floats or on the bottom of the boat hull on the PBY that'll actually stop you in the water. So being able to control propeller pitch and things like that is important. In point of fact, an airplane like the PBY that has two engines that have to be started one at a time almost immediately begins turning in circles when it's on the surface of the water. So definitely a handful for the pilots, something to be carefully managed, and was a challenge in training, especially during the war.
And that PBY, if you get a chance, go in the museum and check it out. I'd never seen a PBY in person before. It is big.
I do want to take a moment and say that our PBY, built in October of 1943 out in San Diego, flown here to the Norfolk Naval Station. It actually did serve here in our community during World War II. You might say, what was it doing? Patrolling and protecting our convoys up and down the Atlantic seaboard from here. Just 16 miles away from where we are right now, the Germans had U-boats sinking shipping. And so aircraft like our PBY were engaged to use their long loiter time to drive those submarines back offshore.
Shannon Ennis now on the line. 1967 Cessna 172, best takeoff, 243. Can he beat it? I think he did. Seeing judges around the 200-foot mark. We'll see what they say. That would be a pretty dramatic improvement for Shannon. Ed Smith now. Best takeoff so far, 212 feet. Starting to get a little more wind through the flags. Want to say hi to a couple people in the chat. We've got Josh Richling. That's one of those names, if you know, you know. Crew chief for Steve Henry. There's Ed Smith off. Around the same place, pretty consistent for Ed Smith. Here's Jerry Clemens now trying to get a little bit of that crosswind on his nose. It's interesting because it feels a little variable. It's hard to tell exactly where it's coming from here in the booth.
The windsock is kind of rotating back and forth just a little bit, giving a sense of kind of variable wind conditions.
Ooh, textbook there. Little bit of interrupted power there. Maybe just that's just him getting it straightened out. But really nice and aggressive takeoff for Jerry Clemens there. John Luton, a little sporty on that last landing, but keeping it relatively consistent. His takeoffs are within 7 feet of each other, and his landings are within 5 feet of each other. So there is a prize for pilots who are the most consistent. Getting that tail nice and high. And that might ruin the consistency, but be a better score for John Luton. It looks like everyone had an improvement this round except for Ed Smith, who was off just a foot longer than his best takeoff. A couple other folks to say hi to in the chat. We got Red Baron Modeling cheering for the 170. Robbie Staton says he's listening. I think he was listening for that beta thrust. Check out Robbie's work, AirTech Coatings. Here's Shannon Ennis now, heavy on the brakes. That's a new thing for a new pilot. That's also hard to get used to, is just stomping on them. You just stomp on them and slide sometimes. Not so much today. The turf is nice and dry.
Yeah, a little bit more moisture in the air today too is helping keep the dust down a little bit. We definitely did see some dust coming off the back of the aircraft yesterday in the high wind and dry grass.
Also feels like we should say hello to Anitra Goddard, the STOL Queen. She's in the chat. Coming off of pulling stuff together for Sun and Fun, the STOL demo there. And Jeff Daly, one of our competitors, saying, what a beautiful venue. I'm totally bummed to miss this one specifically.
Well, we appreciate the kind words about the venue, and we're hoping that the support base continues to grow for National STOL here in Virginia Beach. Looking forward to welcoming you guys back to the museum next year, hopefully with some additional competitors coming along. I know it's a long way as the airplane goes to fly all the way out here to the beach, but we sure are appreciative of those who have made the trip. Shaping up to be a pretty amazing weekend.
Really cool view there, guys, as we look at Jerry Clemens with John Luton kind of swinging in base to final behind him. Got your control tower off in the distance. It's really beautiful. Give it a little throttle there. A little bit more. Good over the line. And really, Jerry really showing the effectiveness of that reverse thrust there. He had a lot of extra energy, right? Every time you hit that throttle, you're giving the aircraft more energy that you have to dissipate with your wheels, and luckily he's got an extra method to do that.
There are probably those out on the live stream wondering, can I fly my airplane in to visit the museum? Unfortunately, it is not a service that we offer generally throughout the course of the year, but we are looking for National STOL to perhaps be a general aviation focus event for us, to give people the opportunity to come in as a transient, enjoy the event, and possibly compete as well. So there will be more information on that forthcoming, but at the present time, the closest places to fly in your aircraft to visit the museum are Chesapeake and the Hampton Roads Executive Airports. You can make arrangements to travel over here to visit the museum from there.
And there's John Luton. It's time for the final lap. As they get ready to go, we want to talk about one of our sponsors, FlightHelmet.com. Actually, gentlemen, I have this one here with me right now from FlightHelmet.com. That's a really beautiful thing we've got there as we prep for the... I didn't mean to make you Vanna Whited. I thought you wanted just to check it out.
I mean, I definitely can be your Vanna White.
So that's FlightHelmet.com. FlightHelmet.com is a company that specializes in the sale and service of, you guessed it, flight helmets, flight helmet comms equipment, like clothing, safety and survival equipment. They're a full-service, independent helmet company that services all makes and models of helmets. They do customization in-house. If you want to hook yourself up with a FlightHelmet.com helmet, check it out. I actually tried it on. Go to my socials, Super Aeroflight on Instagram, and you can see me wearing that helmet. It looks really good on me. Save $50 using the code NSTOL50. NSTOL50. Buy yourself a helmet. It's actually super important because we've included or changed the rules this year. All of our pilots actually have to wear helmets for safety. That's a new change. And FlightHelmet.com and some other sponsors we'll talk about later have actually provided helmets for the rookie class. If you're dipping your toe in, you don't want to necessarily buy a helmet, make that investment yet. You can try it here in competition and then go compete. So FlightHelmet.com, check them out. And it looked good on my big dumb head. And so that's a big reason to buy one if you're interested. And I think you should check it out. Here's Shannon Ennis now in the 172 with his final run of the day. Waiting for the score on that one. Shannon with the double DQ so far, and obviously fixed that airspeed issue. That was his second to best takeoff there with 239, so he's in a good position to shake things up a little bit if he can land short. Ed Smith, number 66. His best 212. Not looking like he's going to beat that this time based on when the mains came off the ground. Jerry Clemens now currently in first place, 232. Here he goes, getting that tail high. Nice! Jerry Clemens has been putting in a ton of work, probably getting a few tips from Austin. It's going to be tough to beat him. John Luton's the closest in striking distance, but he's got about 60 feet to make up between his two scores. Judges are conferring. And just like that, Shannon Ennis, for his final run of his first ever National STOL Competition here on hallowed ground. Nice and low. Helps for keeping it slow, keeps it safe like that. Bursts of power. He's got to hold it off, Shannon. Oh, the blue flag. That was close.
So close.
I'm pretty confident, though, that if we asked Shannon, would he be excited to do this again, I'm pretty sure he'd say yes. Seeing him at the dinner last night, seeing him get to know a new group of pilots, talking about the skills necessary to perfect this, it really is a testament to you all, what you're able to do to bring new folks in, bring them along, give them an opportunity to enjoy STOL with whatever airplane they really have available.
Yeah, and my favorite, this class, because the 172s are in it, is one of my favorites. It's the thing that a lot of us who are pilots, we grew up on. Having the 172 is like over 40,000 of them built. There's a good chance if you're a pilot, you trained in one, or if you want to become a pilot, you'll train in what Shannon is flying. And so pretty cool to see that even that basic trainer that's trained so many people has real capability. Definitely a example of run what you brung. Like you can make a difference here if you want. Love that reverse pitch. Jerry Clemens establishing his dominance today.
It's really interesting, all the high lift devices like slats, slots, drooped wing tips, the different types of flaps. But ultimately it boils down to pilot skill and ability.
If you get the chance to visit the museum's cot bus hangar through one of the tours being run out of and started at the World War I hangar, you get a chance to see the Storch. You'll see some of those devices up close. You'll see you'll see leading edge slats all down the forward edge of the wing. You'll also see really long gear legs. A big part of how the Germans approached STOL performance was to address the landing gear and their shock absorption characteristics. The long travel length on the Stork shocks is what gave it the name the Stork, because when it flies, they actually droop down like the legs of a large stork.
All right, let's wrap up the Backcountry Class presented by Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance. In fourth place, Shannon Ennis in his rookie appearance with a combined score of 489. Ed Smith, 435. John Luton, second place, 291, but it wasn't enough. Jerry Clemens in the Husky with a combined score of 232. Gentlemen, I believe it's my time to bid you adieu on the mic. Thank you so much for spending the morning with me. Zach, actually, I think you're going to come back when we have another little Warbird surprise a little later. But just thank you so much for your hospitality and for your efforts today and for bringing us in. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ryan. This has been a blast.
Dude, we're having so much fun, and there's so much more fun to come. We're going to cut to commercial. I'm going to go meet up with the pilots. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the 2024 Heritage STOL program, hosted by the Military Aviation Museum, Virginia Beach, which is the #2 attraction, according to TripAdvisor, of over 160 things to do. We are because this is a living history museum. Most of the vehicles and airplanes that you'll see throughout your walking around the museum still work. Most of our planes still fly, not all of them, but most of them. And since the museum first opened the first week of May in 2008, we have brought so many wonderful guests and children here. We like to turn the kids on to history. We even do summer camps for them on a variety of topics. This building is, when people come in, we have them self-guide around. There are all sorts of airplanes in each of the hangars on either end, and upstairs in the museum, wow, there's a lot more stuff up there. We have an Enigma machine that the Germans used in World War II to encode their ciphers. And we have several of our volunteers, oh my gosh, they've been working for over 2 years restoring an original Link pilot trainer from World War II. So there's just absolutely so much here for guests to see. In addition to the main building here, there are 3 additional buildings on the property. 2 of them were actually in World War II. Wow. We have a hangar the Germans put up at the Cottbus Airfield in 1934. They used it to support a flight school and the expansion of the Luftwaffe. By the end of the war, they were building Focke-Wulf fighters at that airfield because the Americans and Brits had bombed most of the factories and industrial areas. When we took that building down, pretty exciting, we found bullet holes from Soviet tanks in one of the beams. They overran that airfield on the way to Berlin in 1945. And we also found graffiti from a concentration camp slave laborer forced to work in that building. The second original building, I think, is the gem of the museum. We have the control tower from the very first airfield in England that the British turned over to the Americans 7 months after Pearl Harbor. It was such a big deal that General Eisenhower actually flew up from London to attend the ceremony and shake hands with Air Marshal Portal on the transfer. So just very, very neat stuff. We brought that building over basically brick by brick, and it's full of antiques and so forth. It's just absolutely incredible. Best preserved one probably in the world. And the third building we have down there is a hangar. It's a reproduction of a British aero shed from 1918. It's full of all of our World War I airplanes, and we generally do guided tours to those 3 buildings so people can get a better historical perspective on what we have down here. The museum has so much to offer. Once you start going around, you'll see why we're number 2 on TripAdvisor, but thank you very much for coming today.
And we are back here in Virginia Beach, Virginia. How you doing, Virginia Beach? There we go. Let's give a round of applause to these fine pilots here. They did okay, right? They did awesome, let's be real. Okay, gentlemen, do you have any idea what the scores are? I like this drama. This is nice. Okay, in 4th place with a combined score of 589, Shannon Ennis. Round of applause for Shannon. In 3rd place with a combined score of 435 feet, it's Ed Smith. We're narrowing it down here. In 2nd place with a combined score of 291 feet in a Husky. That doesn't narrow it down. John Luton. And in 1st place with a combined score of 232 feet, Jerry Clemens.
Good job. You deserve it, buddy. Good fly.
Jerry, we were talking in the booth about the reverse pitch propeller, and I teed it up as this big surprise, and then the first run you didn't do it.
Yeah.
Talk to us about how flying was today.
Oh, actually, it was easier yesterday. You would think it wouldn't be, but you know, you've got these kind of smooth conditions, but you know, you get over those trees and it just lights you up, and kind of need to calm your nerves a little bit. For me, that's what I need to do.
So, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, the conditions yesterday were sporty. Would that be fair to say? But a heavy crosswind, and you're saying that might actually have been easier than today?
Oh, absolutely.
Very good. There we go. I knew it. That's why you guys are the best bush pilots in the country. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, guys. Congratulations to all the competitors. We've got more STOL action coming after this. Stick around. Hey, if you get a chance while you wait for us to switch classes, there is a Pelican Pete's mobile pizza place right behind the camera there. Go buy some pizza, have some food, stay warm, stay fed. We'll be right back.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolid's installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
Jeff Abrams from Ocala, Florida. Fly an aircraft called Piperzilla, 1965 Cherokee 180. Just enjoy it. It's a great experience, something different to do with the airplane versus just fly around the traffic pattern or go to nearby restaurants or whatever in the airplane. It gets me far away from home.
My name's Warren Grobelar. I'm from Naples, Florida, and I fly a 1955 Cessna 180. Action!
It's a 1990 PZL 10480. It's a Wilga. It was designed as a STOL airplane, but you know it had a lot of different uses. They drop parachuters, and they've seen them with floats on them, and I think they tried to put rockets on them at one point. They were pretty useful airplanes. They didn't take off real big over here in the United States, but you know, it's too bad because they're pretty neat airplanes.
Hello, I'm Brandon Korn. I'm flying the Cessna 205 out of Hearne, Texas. And I'm in the heavy touring class. There's some tough competition out here.
I got no expectations of winning anything here. Just trying to have some fun and kind of get my feet wet.
Well, it felt good. It's definitely a lot different flying in this high altitude, but I like it. You got to really nurse it off the runway, though. Got some competition out here. Aaron over there, flying all over the country. So we're having lots of fun.
And we are back here in Virginia Beach, Virginia for Heritage STOL here at the Military Aviation Museum. It's a magical place, folks. I keep saying it, but it's not an understatement. We've got warbirds on warbirds on warbirds. We've got a perfect grass turf runway next to a World War II control tower that was literally moved from England brick by brick by brick. And it's time for the touring class. Touring class is going to be divided into 2 heats today. First up, you'll see Brandon Korn in a 1963 Cessna 205, James Abbott in a 1959 Cessna 182, Jason Brown in another 182, John Douglas, and guess what? Another 182, Jeff Abrams in Piperzilla, the Piper Cherokee, John McCardle in the Maul M5, and rounding out the class, Rip Shandell in a 1954 Cessna 180, and Steve Hill in a 1976 Cessna 180. You're going to see these divided over 2 heats, and you'll notice that the aircraft are paired together closely in performance and speed. That's mostly a safety thing. And let's talk about the first heat here of the touring class. I like to call these aircraft the heavies And that first aircraft up front, you can see why. Race number 30 in a 1963 Cessna 205 from Gauss, Texas. It's Brandon Korn. Next up, race number 59 in a 1959 Cessna 182 Bravo model from Gallatin, Tennessee. It's James Abbott, everybody. Here comes race 489 in a 1958 Cessna 182 Alpha model from Eagle, Colorado, everybody. It's Jason Brown. And rounding out the first heat of the heavies, race 307, 1964 Cessna 182 from Pinedale, Wyoming. It's John Douglas. And while they taxi into position, let's do our weather check. Not anything too drastically different, I think. Winds looking near calm to maybe light and variable. See that windsock just popping around. And while we get ready for this class, I have to introduce the esteemed Mr. Dave Von Rump has joined me in the booth. You saw him flying earlier in that L2 Grasshopper. Thank you so much, Dave, for coming on and spending a few minutes with me. So, Dave, you were flying the L2 Grasshopper yesterday, and you were also flying it today. Any thoughts on the difference in conditions between yesterday and today?
Less wind. And that airplane is very sensitive to wind. So, yeah, it's a little nicer today.
Little nicer, and we were talking about it yesterday. That Grasshopper in particular is the Taylorcraft model. But it's not like traditionally Taylorcrafts are side by side. Is it correct? That's a tandem seating position?
Yes, it's the only model tandem that Taylorcraft made, and it started its life as a trainer, accepted into the Army, Air Force as an observation plane. Then it became the L class. So it was the L2, and my particular airplane, I never saw combat. It was used as a trainer. But, and they were used artillery spotters, liaison to carry things and people from place to place, that type of thing. So
that's really cool. And we're going to see more of more Warbird flying a little bit later today. It's time for the green flag. Here comes the touring class. These are the heavies. They're a little bit bigger than what you're flying.
Quite a bit.
Talk to me a little bit about how you came to acquire that aircraft, because the story's kind of interesting.
Yeah, the fellow that restored that airplane was at the same airport that I'm presently at. And as he neared completion, I got interested in it because I am interested in aviation history. And we've talked back and forth, and we finally made a deal. And so I've had the airplane now about 3 years and having a ball just flying it around.
Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to fly it for us today. And again, you'll have to go back and watch, but I was just in awe of there's a certain history between seeing it on the grass with the tower off in the distance. It feels at home there. Here's Brandon Korn now taking off for the first run. That 205 is loud and big. And look at the takeoff scores he's putting in on a 205. I mean, this is a 1963 aircraft that is huge compared to what you've seen flying so far today. You can fit everything and the kitchen sink in that aircraft.
Yeah.
That Brandon Korn, by the way, your 2023 heavy touring national champion. Next up, James Abbott, 1959 Cessna 182 from Tennessee, digging that tail in, nursing that right main off the ground. You heard Jerry Clemens say, yeah, it actually is harder today than it was yesterday because the wind is it's not as much of a factor for us. Jason Brown, 1958 Cessna 182 from Eagle, Colorado. Relatively shorter amount of time flying. He's been a private pilot since March of 2021. And for this heat, bringing up the rear, John Douglas in that 1964 Cessna 182 from Pinedale, Wyoming. He's actually the host. He and his wife host the Rocky Mountain STOL event. And it says here he has a top secret STOL project in the works. So who knows what that is? I imagine we'll find out in the season to come. Here's John Douglas on the roll, grabbing that bite. These airplanes are so big. You can see you really got to nurse them off the ground, and then once they're airborne, get that nose down, get some airspeed over the wings, and then make your climb out. Let's watch that on the replay here. Flying a little bit there. Brandon Korn now over the line. It's good. Just dropping it in on those gear. He's not afraid to do it. That's why he's the champion. And that was a pretty conservative landing for Brandon in terms of distance compared to the line. But he's got a safe one in the books. We'll get the score for you in a second. James Abbott now. Interesting. He's someone you might like to talk to here. Retired military helicopter pilot with 25 years of service. And look at the list here. Huey, Cobra, Apache, the MD-500, which is the Magnum PI plane, the Kiowa, the Pavlo, the Twin Huey, the Hip, the Huey 2, the Little Bird, the L4 Long Ranger, and the Hind. He's actually flown a Hind. Here he comes over the line now. Very gracefully down on the ground. That's James Abbott. Jason Brown now on final approach. We should have some scores coming in. That was a scratch for James Abbott. Brandon Korn's first run, 388 feet combined. And it's so fun to think about that when you compare it to the other aircraft he's competing against cross, outside of his class. Jason Brown. Getting it stopped. John Douglas now. Just over the line. Lexi says it's good. That was a great one for accuracy. Now he's just got to get it stopped. That yoke full back. All of these aircraft, it's a lot of aircraft to stop compared to what you've seen earlier today. Look at that. Right over the line. Looks like race control is double checking that. That looks good to me. I want to see what they say. There's no tire deformation there. But I've been known to have my heart broken before. Call confirmed for John Douglas. That might be the landing of the day right there on the line. So, okay, we have to talk more about your adventures, sir. So you have you've got a special leather jacket on, and I'm wondering if you tell the folks at home how you earned that, because it's a pretty special story.
Yeah, this Department of Aviation here in Virginia has a program called Ambassador, and it's a program to encourage people visiting all the airports in Virginia. We have 65 different airports. You can fly in or drive, but of course they're encouraging you to fly in. And you get your passport stamped at each airport. That's a little booklet that records all those visits. When you're done, if you visit all 65, you're awarded a leather flight jacket. And
is it this one?
This one here, yes.
Nice.
And I was telling the story the other day. One of my first visits to the airport terminal to get that passport stamped, the gentleman behind the counter says, "Oh," he says, "you're one of those fellows that's spending a few $1,000s to get a $200 jacket." And but you know, it's not the value, the financial value. It's the fun of doing it.
Right. Yeah, it's the journey. It's the adventure.
Exactly.
Brandon Korn off a little bit longer that last takeoff than his previous one, with a takeoff distance of 188 feet. Here's James Abbott. Giving it the beans. Pulling back. And that right main hung on just a little bit longer, but it looked like it was timed pretty well. Jason Brown on the line, waiting for his turn to hurtle himself into the sky. And that was a nice and short one there for Jason Brown. He's the only one within striking distance of Brandon Korn right now in terms of takeoff distance. John Douglas currently in third place with a combined score of 542 feet. Flaps preset. Stick back, yoke back technically. And a nice clean one for John Douglas. And as he heads off into the sky, Brandon Korn hovering that 205 in. That was insane. Brandon Korn is out for blood. He wants to win. He's not worried about his own comfort. Let's watch that on replay again. Plopping it in for Brandon Korn. Love that. And while the action continues, let's send this over to Reese Dockhand now with Jerry Clemens in the pits.
Competing and winning your heat, what is it like to come in on approach? What's going on in the cockpit?
Oh, you know, today's a lot different than yesterday. You know, yesterday was pretty heavy crosswinds and all of that. But you know, it's odd. It seems pretty smooth, but when you get over those trees and it starts rotors in there and will throw you around, and a few times I had to really crank on it just to keep up in the air. But it was fun. It's always fun.
Right on. Well, we're here at the Heritage STOL. Can you give me a little bit of a background in the history of how you got into this world of aviation?
You know, I come from an aviation family. My dad was a pilot since we were kids, and we grew up riding around. There's 5 of us kids, and my mom and dad, and you know, we went everywhere in a Cessna 180 or a Cessna 170. And so with us, I mean, that was just always a part of our life, which was fun.
And you're kind of leaving a legacy with Clemens Insurance, and your kids are actually involved in the industry.
Oh yeah, you know, we have both of our boys, they're both pilots, and my wife is a pilot. She has a Cessna 182 and flies herself all over the country in that airplane, and she's also part of the 99s, the ladies 99s, and you know, every year for, God, I don't know how many years, I mean, Amelia Earhart and Louise Thadden were part of this air race. Well, and this air race has continued, and so this is her first year. She's going to be part of this air race across the country, and so that's kind of fun.
Absolutely incredible. We'd love to see the demographic grow in the women's division, but what can you tell me about the crowd here on site?
Oh, you know, especially for the first time, I mean, look at that crowd. My gosh, I was so surprised to see so many people here, and you know, they look like they're really involved in it, and the place is set up nice. The museum's absolutely stunning. So if you've never been to the Heritage Air Museum, you should make this part of your bucket list.
Last but not least, you got some friends watching back at home. Why don't you give a shout out to them?
Oh yeah, I bet my wife's watching, and possibly the kids. So hi, wife and kids, and hi Austin Clemens. I wish you were here, buddy. He normally comes to these and competes, but if he was here, I wouldn't have won. So that's my nephew, and he's really good at this.
Right on. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations, and back to you, Ryan. We'll go back to seeing Brandon Korn with this extremely loud propeller.
Thank you so much, Reese and Jerry. Congratulations on your win. Let's check in and see where we're at with the touring class, the heavies. Right now, Brandon Korn holding his lead with a best run of 388. Jason Brown holding down second place with 422. And John Douglas in third place with 443 feet combined. James Abbott yet to get on the board. Hopefully third try's a charm for him. Here's Brandon Korn now. Digging that tail in. The museum staff will have a little bit of work to do to replace those divots, I think. Here's James Abbott now. Really good takeoffs and landings, respectable scores, but DQing himself every time on the scratching of the line. That is the weirdest way I could have said that, but you understood what I meant. Here's James Abbott now, the helicopter pilot. Well-timed and graceful takeoff. Get those flaps retracted, and off into the sky he will go. Here is Jason Brown. Currently second place with almost 100 feet to make up, I think. Let's look. Oh, no, he's closer than that. About 40 some odd feet. And that was a nice one for Jason Brown. John Douglas getting ready to go. Make sure that you stick around for the second heat of the touring class, because we're going to see some crowd favorites. We've got a 1965 Piper Cherokee nicknamed Piperzilla, flown by Jeff Abrams. John McCardle, who's been nipping at Brandon Korn's heels in his maul. He's ready to go. Rip Shandell, we saw some sporty, exciting landings from him yesterday. And Steve Hill in a 180 Juliet model. There's John Douglas getting it into the sky. And while they loop around the pattern, we're back in the race paddock. Actually, that's your plane back there, sir, right behind him. Reese Dockhand with Ed Smith at the museum.
As always, do you hear me now? And we're here with Ed. We had some unique challenges in the cockpit. You shut it down. You were working on something on the wing. Yeah, so my pitot tube on the 170 model airplane has a flap that comes up when you reach a certain airspeed, and it allows your airspeed indicator to function inside the cockpit. Airspeed indicator is essential on flying like this, especially when you're coming in low and slow. You want to know where you're at. I unfortunately was only able to really judge my speed when the stall horn come on, so I just brought it in on the stall horn the first 2 heats. I think I scratched one of those times. The airboss let me stop, shut down, and fix it on the fly, and then hop back in. It worked for the second 2 heats, which helped me out a lot. I think my last heat was probably my best, but I haven't seen my scores yet, so I'm anxious to see those and see what I can improve on. But I had a lot of fun, and I flew with Shannon, Jerry, and John, some of the best pilots in the class. So I'm really stoked to have it working properly next time, and hopefully do a lot better. I know I can get, I know I can shave 130 feet off those totals, get it down to like a 300 combined. I've just got the stock 0300. Some of these guys got, I think Shannon's pushing 180 horsepower. John and Jerry are pushing at least 200 horsepower, and we're all in the same weight class. So I'm pretty happy with what I did. Competition's absolutely tough out there. Will we see you at some future events? Absolutely, yeah. Anybody back at home you want to thank?
Twin Aviation Repair for fixing my airplane up, getting me out here. The airspeed indicator just must have been a fueling issue. It was nothing to do with the mechanical issues as far as like the power plant of the airplane. So Twin Aviation Repair out of Douglas, Georgia, those guys have done great work on my plane this year. New cylinders and all kinds of stuff. But new size fuel senders help me keep me light out here. I was able to dial in my exact fuel quantities before I had these floaty gauges, like at a 79 Lincoln Town Car. They just bounce around, and having those precise fuel gauges really helped me be confident and comfortable in my fuel levels and shave off the extra pounds.
Well, thank you so much for being out there, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the future events.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Reese. And man, while you guys were chatting, we had some exciting landings there. Brandon Korn coming in even better, even shorter, with a landing of 201 feet on his 3rd attempt. Everyone slowly trying to improve here. Brandon in particular trying to make some room between him and John McCardle. John McCardle is very competitive. He's here to win. I'm seeing here that Jason Brown is now going to depart due to a mechanical issue, so we're going to see him leave the race, but the rest of them have a 4th run, a final lap, before we head to the 2nd heat. Hearing from race control that may be just a fuel issue for Jason Brown. Just playing it safe, making sure that obviously you need fuel to fly. Not going to mess around with that, so in the interest of safety, he's going to head back, leaving 3 for the final run. While we get ready to go, I want to talk a little bit about where Dave and I are sitting in this beautiful broadcast trailer, and that is a big improvement in the early days of National STOL when this was a grassroots thing. We were broadcasting from a pop-up tent and a card table, and so we are so grateful, one, for all of you that have supported us as this sport has grown, to allow us to get a bigger viewership and share it with your friends. It's so critical. That's why we're here. We're here for you. But 2, we've got sponsors like USATrailersDirect.com that are helping us bring this to you, and they provided this trailer for us. They're out of Colorado, Oklahoma, and Georgia. Here's Brandon Korn. Final lap. It came off the ground, but it did settle back down a little bit. That can be confusing for the judges, because you've got a score and then you see it settle back down, and we have to measure from that second impact or second departure of the wheels from the grass. little bit of backfiring action there, but that's all right. He's full throttle. That's James Abbott. Remember, Jason Brown is out due to a mechanical, so now you've got John Douglas on the line, currently third place with a combined score of 443. And as he prepares to depart again, just a big thanks to our friends at USATrailersDirect.com. We broadcast from inside it, and the other side of the wall here for me is a whole team of people, computers, screens that make this live broadcast possible. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you, USA Trailers Direct. John Douglas on the roll, pulling back on that yoke, and away he goes, keeping that tail low. Didn't seem like it wanted to fly, but he got it up, he got the nose down. And while they do their pattern, we have a very quick moment to interview again with Reese Dockhand. Who you got there?
5 seconds.
We've got the local pilot. Let's talk about where you learned to fly and a bit about your heritage in aviation.
My dad taught me at a young age how to fly in a Ronca Champ. Then I moved into a 150 for my license. Later on, we bought this 172, and I did my commercial up in it.
And you were saying your brother actually works at this airport as well. What does he do?
Yeah, my brother's a mechanic over in the fighter factory at the end of the runway where our planes are parked, and he's working on a Corsair right now, I believe.
So your local flying field is just around the corner?
Yeah, it's about 5 miles away. We're at Chesapeake.
What is it about aviation that you like the most about piloting, or the mechanics, or the adventure?
Well, I love the adventure, and I love that every time I get out in the airplane, something's different, and then there's so many different avenues. I mean, you got the STOL competition, which is the slowest you can fly, but if you want, you can go join Reno and go the fastest you can fly.
Would you prefer going to Reno or sticking with the STOL stuff?
I like going slow.
All right, well, good luck. We'd like to see if, are you going to plan on coming back to one of these STOL comps one more time?
I want to try another East Coast one when you guys come back out. I think it's Pennsylvania's the next one.
Well, give a shout out to the friends and family back at home.
Yeah, thanks for coming out and supporting me, guys.
Thanks so much. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Reese. And we're back with a great landing from James Abbott. Brandon Korn came in full of fire and thunder, dropping it in. I don't know if you probably can't drop the L2 in like that.
No, sure can't.
Man, he was just sliding on locked tires the whole way until he stopped. Brandon Korn currently holding the line with 3:57. That's going to be tough for John McCardle in particular to beat. That's who's kind of always trying to catch up and fight him there. Here's John Douglas now, the host of the STOL event in Pinedale, Wyoming, and he is down short with a scratch, so that'll be the end of the day for him as well. That's your first heat of the touring class. We're going to be back for more. As we head in for more, we've got to talk about one of our great local sponsors, Napa Auto Parts. Hey, Virginia Beach, are you in need of quality auto parts and exceptional service? Look no further than Napa Auto Parts on Princess Anne Road. From brake pads to oil filters and everything in between, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care to be the fuel that keeps you firing on all cylinders. With our expert advice and friendly service, you can trust us to help you get back on the road with confidence. So why wait? Visit Napa Auto Parts on Princess Anne Road in Virginia Beach today and experience the difference for yourself. And with that, that's the end of the first heat of the touring class, and we're about to give you the second heat, but first, let's take a break with more touring class action after this.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000, just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. So, and then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters. So we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world. So that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now. We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s, we did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I actually was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, "Oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane." I said, "Well, send it to me." So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet. The other day, the cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, "All right, you're above 10,000. Your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out." So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
And here we are in Virginia Beach, Virginia, in the shadow of Naval Air Station Oceana's Hornets, and we're getting ready for the next heat of the touring class of the heavies. And we've got Reese Dockhand down with John Luton in the museum pits. Let's hear what's up, Reese.
So John, really tough competition out there. Not really the results you want, but can you talk us through what was going through your head?
We've had it in all of our airplanes.
Jerry did a good job. Really, the winds kind of got me on the landings. They really did. I just was struggling to keep it straight and keep it level, and I was just overshooting it. It just was a little tough. I'm happy with second place, but still it's Jerry did a good job.
That line is incredibly difficult to hit. People don't understand, like if you just hit the numbers or the 1,000-foot markers, it's a lot different when that, 1.5-foot line is your target.
Yeah, it is, and I was coming in low, but I just kept hitting downdrafts, and I had to get the power, and that Husky shoots up in the air, it really does. I need to get the prop Jerry's got on his. He don't want to leave that in the pit too long.
Energy management is what it's all about. Let's talk about some things back at home. What are you flying for fun, or you fly this airplane for work?
Both. I'm an outfitter in Montana, but I do have a Super Cub in Montana that I fly quite a bit, and then I've been kind of just flying around the country in this one, and I like the Husky. It's a great plane. It really is, and it's a budget plane for what it does, but it's a good plane.
Awesome. Well, congratulations out there. I know it's a tough one, but we're gonna see more of you, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, well, back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Reese, for that great interview, and we are getting ready to gear things up here for the second heat of touring class. Let's look at the lineup. As a reminder, you saw Brandon Korn, James Abbott, Jason Brown, and John Douglas, but who's on the scene now? It's Jeff Abrams in Piper Zilla, John McCardle in a Maul, Rip Shandell, which is the best name ever, in a 180, and Steve Hill in another 180. So it's the 180s, the Maul, and the Cherokee for you in this second heat. Let's meet him right now. Here he is, race 65 in a 1965 Piper Cherokee 180 from Ocala, Florida. It's Jeff Abrams. And they can hear you cheer, folks. They can hear you in the cockpit, I promise. Here comes race number 10 in a 1978 Maul M5 from Omaha, Nebraska. It's John McCardle. Race 947, 947, 1954 Cessna 180 from Virginia Beach, Virginia. It's one of your locals. Give him a cheer, Rip Shandell. And last but certainly not least, another red, white, and black Cessna 180. It's race 51 1976 to be specific, Cessna 180 Juliet model from Greenwood, South Carolina. It's Steve Hill. And I am joined in the booth with Zach Boffman again. Zach, how you liking it today so far?
It's awesome. It's awesome. Amazing flying, amazing skill on display, really cool aircraft. It's just, it's great to have all this flying on the field.
What's exciting to me about this next chunk of competition is you have things like Piperzilla, this Cherokee 180. Jeff Abrams has been flying for over 58 years. He's no stranger to the cockpit. He actually received the Wright Brothers Master Pilot Award. He's been a flight instructor for 50 years. So he knows what he's doing. But this is a plane that you wouldn't normally think of being able to perform in this regime. He was waving something out of the window there. Maybe a checkered flag, or maybe it was a Piperzilla flag. I've gotten one of those before. Looks like he's been released. We've got a green flag. Doesn't have the advantage of the angle of attack that the other airplanes have, but look at him bring it into the air. And it's interesting because we always debate between the 172s and the 180. Who's got it better, and the 180, the Cherokee 180, has the manual flap, the Johnson bar flaps, and that makes all the difference. When you've got those electric flaps in the Cessnas, that can be, you don't get the advantage of being able to modulate them the way you want. Here's John McCardle now from Omaha, Nebraska. Taking a big bite of angle of attack. He's off short. You can see why Brandon Korn keeps his eye on John McCardle.
No, Ryan, we talked about this yesterday during the practice flights, that which has the advantage, the tail draggers or the tricycle gear, and I've got to say the tail draggers.
Still feeling it.
Still feeling it, yeah.
Rip Chandel. Maybe could have pulled a little early, but really well done there for Rip. He grew up flying grass strips with his dad, Gary, in a 1955 Pacer, Piper Pacer. It's one of my favorite airplanes. Flies on the weekends with his wife and his golden retriever that's named Pungo. Here's Steve Hill from Greenwood, South Carolina. I don't know if that plane could maybe be louder. Look at that. Just as he's off, look who's here to say hello. Jeff Abrams and Piperzilla just sliding on those brakes. John McCardle turning right base. High and to your right, you'll see him make that base to final turn right now over the grass. And as John McCardle comes in, one thing I want to mention, we're going to talk about for a little bit, is just expressing some gratitude to some of our sponsors that offer prize considerations for all of our pilots. They're all actually competing for prize packages. Good over the line for John McCardle, bouncing it in, getting those brakes locked up, keeping that tail down. Keep that tail down, John. There we go. He's got it stopped. You know, we talked a lot about, what was the stat, Zach, about the ramp behind us, the museum ramp? It's actually...
The museum ramp is just a little bit longer than the or excuse me, just a little bit shorter than the deck of the USS Hornet, which is the carrier that the Doolittle Raiders and their B-25s launched from.
Different kind of STOL, but maybe a little similar in terms of the comfort you'd have landing on the deck. There's Rip Shandell. We saw in the socials some love for him. Go Rip! I want to know how you get a last name like Shandell. I just want to know that. You got to be a pilot with a name like Shandell. Steve Hill on short final, low and to your right. Co-pilot rated in a B-25 and a DC-7. That was a pretty healthy scratch for Steve Hill. But they're going to taxi back around and take another run here for the touring class. And as we look at the new scores, Jeff Abrams currently in 7th. Oh, some things are changing around. Okay, Steve Hill currently in 2nd place. No, Steve Hill with a scratch. That's right. Okay, wait for the spreadsheet to update, Ryan. Here we go. We've been watching John McCardle. That's what I've been teeing up this whole time. He's currently in 4th place. He's got a little bit of ground to make up with a combined score of 453. So about 100 feet he's got to make up to be unseating his rival Brandon Korn from the first heat in the touring class. The scoring, though, is very tight there. If you look at where John McCardle is compared to the next competitor, he's only 10 feet behind the next competitor, who's only 20 feet behind the next competitor. So it is tight in that grouping there, but Brandon Korn healthily currently in the lead. There went Piper Zilla. Jeff Abrams at the controls. John McCardle now having to make up about 100 feet. Tail nice and high. Whoa, giving it mowing the lawn a little bit there, McCardle. That one was so good, our drone pilot was even cheering for him, saying, that was good. That was real good. Here's Rip Shandell. Okay, here's Steve Hill. I love the 180 separately. Might be one of my dream planes. So much utility. Not quite ready to fly for Steve Hill there. Now he's off the ground. And while he flies up into the wild blue yonder, let's send it over to Reese Dockhand, who's with...
We're here with Brandon Korn. Brandon Korn, man, you are always one of my favorites. Can I have a favorite? You're just a great personality. You're doing a lot to this airplane. Let's talk about what was it like in that cockpit when you had that little wingtip dip.
Man, that thing gave out on me coming off, and I thought I was going to park it in the museum over here for a minute. I put the nose down, put the power to it, and got that speed back up and just flew it right out, but it scared me for a second.
We're sitting right on the sideline when you got the first-hand view here of John's takeoff. What do you thought about that?
His takeoffs are definitely shorter than mine. He's just going to have to tighten those landings up, but he's got potential. He's got potential. I'm going to have to watch it close.
Korn Collision back at home, everybody watching. You got something in the works, are you able to talk about it?
We got a 4-seat Javeron Cub coming out probably next year, and it's going to be really exciting. We're also building a brand new body shop. We just have so many things going on. It's a lot of fun. And give a shout out to my son, Chevy. It's his birthday tomorrow.
Oh, happy birthday, Chevy. Rock and roll, Dad's rock star over here. Now, are you running away from the touring competition? Are you a little scared? You got to go change classes?
Yeah, I got the lead in it right now, and I really hate it because I love the touring class. And events like this where you have to travel a long distance, you'll see that we have more touring planes than anything. So they're a great airplane, but I want a Cub.
Is it for the competition? You want to get a little bit shorter in the distance? You want to go have some more fun in the backcountry?
I'm going to use it for both. Yeah, it's going to be a hauler. That's why I chose the 4-seater, and it'll still be super competitive. We're going to have a really cool engine and a really custom airplane.
The guys back at Corn Collision absolutely taking this airplane to the next level. It sounds great. We're going to continue watching the rest of the touring class, and we're going to kick it back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Reese and Brandon. And Brandon kind of called it there. We just saw John McCardle come in. His takeoffs were shorter than Brandon Corrin's, and look at that. He tightened up the landing just like Brandon told him to. And at least currently, based on the scores in front of me, John McCardle now in first place. Rip Chandel getting that tail up as he's heavy on the brakes. He sounds like an aviation superhero.
Yes, he does.
I'm here to rescue you. My name is Rip Chandel. Steve Hill coming in now. Looking like a scratch for Rip Chandel, by the way. There's Steve Hill over the line, also a scratch. So the 180s having a hard time getting a score on the board, currently in the second heat of touring class. Well, they come around. I want to talk about some of the sponsors. We mentioned before that they offer prize considerations for our pilots, and we have a bunch that we need to thank. Aero LEDs, big fan of what they're putting out into the market, and they provide lighting packages for our pilots. Sarasota Avionics providing lots of Garmin devices that the pilots all want to fight over. iFly EFB, it's a complete EFB for Android, iOS, and Windows. That team brings together a perfect balance of tech and real-world flight experience. They're offering subscriptions to our pilots. And then we've got two other sponsors I want to talk about, and I don't know if you guys can put me on camera here, but we got another helmet company that can, we got to talk about, Lift Aviation. They provide a lot of products to our pilots. They've got bags and all sorts of pilot supplies, but they do also have these helmets. The helmet is actually available to the annual points winner of each class at the end of the year. So this is a big deal, these helmets as well. So really beautiful things here. And then also we have to talk about Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. And I've actually been drinking their coffee all day. That's why I'm so wired up. Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. It's never bitter. It's always better. It's great stuff. I really appreciate it. Oh, let me get my hand out of the way. But that's the Legendary Aviation Coffee folks. They've been hooking us up every morning. Drinking those beans. Really appreciate it, their help. And they provide coffee to all of our pilots. So here's John McCardle now, currently in first place, unseating the giant Brandon Korn. Getting that tail up. Knees off. And it's important to mention, my friends, that he doesn't know he's in first place yet unless he has a mole in the crowd. I'm hearing from he maybe does know because he's been given a text or a WhatsApp message, but he shouldn't know. Here's Rip Chandel ripping the Chandel into the air. I'll work on that again. We'll workshop that in the next takeoff. Steve Hill also in the 180. The 180 made a big splash in National STOL early on. Warren Grovelar in that shiny, polished 180, really tearing up the circuit. and he is off the ground. And guess who we've got ready at the museum? It's Reese Dockhand. Reese, who's there with you?
We got Jimmy, man. You were saying you're coming behind Brandon Corn. You just need to follow him. What was going on?
Well, it's easy to follow him because you're not going to beat him. But we got a great rivalry going today with him, and I think we do have a lead change. I planned on using the first two approaches as a practice because I didn't get to practice yesterday, and I got a stupid grin on my face because it's so much fun, but unpleased with my performance today. But I think I got at least one good run in, and it's really exciting in this class this time. Really enjoying it.
Jeff Abrams just getting on the ground. You talked about consistency. He's one of the most consistent. Let's talk about some other competitors, maybe the rookie coming into this one.
Yeah, there's Alex here flying local in the second 180 it took off. You know, he's doing a great job. He was going to be in the rookie class. He stepped up unplanned and is competitive, flying great approaches and really consistent. All four of my approaches were different, so these guys are really showing it how it's done right now.
This is the Heritage STOL. Now, there's something that's very unique. Your father flew wild secret missions. Can you talk about your heritage in aviation?
Well, I grew up the son of a special operations pilot, and that obviously had a tremendous impact on me and my brothers. We all in the aviation business, and I ended up doing 18 years of special operations the same. But as I said earlier, I ended up a helicopter pilot somehow. But it definitely got in our blood at a young age, and it's all we ever wanted to do. And we were fortunate enough to make our dream come true, make a living at it, and now we're out here doing it for fun. So it's been really great.
It's an amazing thing to get the youth out and involved. What are some advice that you can give to the parents or the kids that are watching this back at home?
Get out to your local airport. Look up any EAA chapter. Any pilot will fly anybody. They're looking for an excuse to fly anytime. So the Experimental Aircraft Association has they have a program called Young Eagles. And they do it monthly in the summers in most places. You come out, they'll fly your Young Eagle around and give them experience flights. Flight schools will do the same thing. A $50 introductory flight, they'll take you out in your local area. So it's a great way to get into it, and the whole aviation sector and everything that goes with it is in such high demand. So it's a great hobby, and it's a great way to make a living.
Well, thanks for being a great steward of the sport. Jeff Abrams, one of the most seasoned pilot in the Young Eagles, flying over like 500 pilots, an insane representative of our culture. And we are gonna kick it back to you, Ryan, so you can share more.
Thank you so much, Reese. We are sitting here watching the touring class wrap up, and a couple
I didn't know how to
things
kick it. I wanted to give Jeff Abrams some love because he got it right.
Rip and Steve just landed. Oh no, Rip did, but Steve's coming in now. Rip Shandell there, I think, yep, with another scratch, so that's double. Steve Hill yet to get on the board, actually. So hopefully he'll do that now. Good over the line for Steve Hill. Now he's just got to get it stopped. Look at those wheels. Those tires are totally locked up. Just sliding on that rubber. And he's got one in the books. And we're going to see some people pop around, I think, now on the scoreboard based on that score being good. We're gearing up for the final lap of the touring class. So Steve Hill, now that he's on the board, rocketing up from no place to 5th place. Right now, that would put John McCardle in 1st, Brandon Korn in 2nd, Jason Brown in 3rd, John Douglas in 4th, Steve Hill up into 5th, and James Abbott in 6th. Leaving Jeff Abrams in 7th, and Rip Shandell, the superhero, in 8th place. I want to go back into the history, Zach. I didn't mean to make a rhyme or a poem out of that, but I want to. I'm wondering, maybe I don't know. Like, I feel like the 180 would be perfect for like more modern liaison service. We talk about L-birds all day, right? That's kind of like the closest parallel. And I'm curious if I had to do some Googling. It just occurred to me that that would be a great plane for that role potentially.
I am not 100% certain, but I feel like some 180s were used by Air America pilots in Vietnam for some of that liaison type work. I know Helio couriers were used. but I feel like 180s were also used. I'm not 100%.
We'll have to. It's a shame that there's no device we could use to. Instead of me just randomly quizzing you, I could just use this device that maybe could exist that I could figure that out here.
I don't know what that would be.
Yeah, no one's invented that yet. Here's John McCardle now. Tail very high. Whoa. Okay.
Whoa.
All right. Yeah, we're just mowing the lawn there, John McCardle. That's cool. Apparently, he already knows he's in first, so I don't know why he needs to mow the lawn. But that was a fun, exciting takeoff. Here's Rip Chandel, currently in 8th. Some really.
He's got to get a prize for the coolest name.
Prize for the coolest name for sure. Looking at the score sheet, we may have to double check some calculations there. We'll get that figured out. Here's Steve Hill now, the final run of the touring class. And as we go around here, we are getting ready for 2 things. 1, the sport class, where things are going to get even shorter. And 2, I think I'm hearing it fire up.
Yeah.
I think there's something special coming soon. There's Piperzilla on the ground.
Yeah, we've talked about the STOL aircraft in the museum collection that were specifically liaison type aircraft, the Storch, the Stinson L5, and the Glimpy, the NE1, otherwise known as the Piper Cub. But that kind of throaty growl that you can hear coming from the east is a General Motors FM2 Wildcat.
And I think we've got it right here. Beautiful, ready to go.
Now that airplane, out of all the Warbird types, beyond the liaison type airplanes in the collection, probably has the best STOL type performance of any of the fighters that we have at the Military Aviation Museum.
And as we finish out this touring class, I just want to point out we've got a lot of people still fighting around in those middle sections of the standings. You know, we just saw Jeff Abrams on that 4th run putting in 518 feet. It was nothing to sneeze at. And a scratch for Mr. Chandel. And that leaves Steve Hill to come in and bring up the rear. And after that, we're going to see this beautiful aircraft fly. Little bit of Warbird action for you here at Heritage STOL. So we're watching that Wildcat there, and let's use that as a beautiful backdrop for our standings. In first place, John McCardle with a best run of 306. Brandon Korn, best score of 357. Jason Brown, 422. John Douglas, 443. Jeff Abrams, 518. Steve Hill, 541 feet combined. James Abbott with 555. And Rip Shandell bringing up the rear with the coolest name, but the highest score of 581 feet. So we are going to take a quick break, head to commercial. We're going to go hang out with the pilots for a second and then get that Wildcat in the sky.
A bunch of us came in early. We were like, hey, let's go down to Kitty Hawk. Mr. Bill, Brandon, JB, and me, and Ed. We cruised down the coast, dude, at like 120, 500 foot right at the minimums and waving at everyone. It was so cool. We landed at Kitty Hawk, which is, the first flight. Landed there, went around, got to see the Wright brothers plane, the field that they landed it in. And man, it was an experience. I never thought I'd ever see that place. It's cool to come out and do this stuff. We went from there down to the beach. We landed, walked out to the beach, sat there talking to all the people that were fishing, man. They're laughing, having a good time. We came right over their cars, landing, hung out for a little bit, put our feet in the water, and then got back up and headed up here. And it was a good time, man. This is what it's about. Like, the competition's fun, but it's more fun to take everyone out and go beachland, go to a couple different places, and just experience the other side of it, not just competition. And it's like a big brotherhood, and a big family. And I'm lucky to be a part of it.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub, because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that helped build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
And we are back here in Virginia Beach, Virginia. How's everybody doing today? You having fun? You staying warm? Let's get a round of applause for all these touring class competitors here. We saw a lot of place changing. You saw a lot of competitiveness in this class, and these are all huge airplanes. That's why it's kind of my favorite. Okay, we got to talk about the top three. In third place, with a combined score of 422 feet. Everyone give it up for Jason Brown. With a combined score of 357 feet, Brandon Korn. And in first place, with a combined score of 306 feet, everyone give it up for John McCardle. John, here, step over here for a second. John, talk to me a little bit about how it was out there today.
First off, I have to say happy birthday to my mom. It's her birthday today.
Happy birthday, Mom.
But it's a little weird. It's kind of like the wind picked up at the very end, so I felt like I was floating on my landing, so I kept dropping the flaps to hit the line. I knew my takeoffs were going to be around 130, 140, so I figured if I got it under 200, I should be able to win.
So while you were flying, Reese interviewed Brandon, and he said, "What's John got to do?" So was takeoffs are shorter than mine, so he was watching, but he said you just got to tighten up the landing, as if on cue. You're like, bam, here's a short one. Talk to me a little bit about the friendship rivalry with Mr. Korn.
Yeah, so I met Brandon a while ago when I was basically in the rookie class, and watching him dominate, it's good to finally give him a run for money. I think the rivalry is going to be really good, make it more entertaining, but he's never getting the belt back.
That's fighting words from John McCardle. You got any response to that?
Well, I'll be working when I get back home. Don't worry.
Well, that concludes the touring class. Sport class is coming up, but first, a word from our sponsors, and then check out that awesome warbird we're going to see in the sky in just a second. And we're back here in Virginia Beach at the Military Aviation Museum. And we folks now are going to take a little break from the STOL action for a real special treat. We've had a couple treats today, actually, but Zach, tell us a little bit about this one.
So the airplane on the museum ramp that's going to be taxiing out in just a moment is a General Motors built FM2 Wildcat. The Wildcat is a design from going back to 1937, designed by Grumman Aircraft, the famous Grumman Iron Works. It was powered by originally a Pratt & Whitney 1830 of 1,200 horsepower. Initially it had 6 50 caliber machine guns, very durable airframe, self-sealing fuel tanks, which was important in the Pacific Theater. And it was quickly outclassed by its Japanese competitor, the Zero. It could hold its own at low altitude in tight turns, and that's about it. The Zero outclimbed, had a longer range, was a faster airplane than the F4F Wildcat. So in early 1943, Grumman stopped producing the Wildcat and switched over to production of the F6F Hellcat, which was a more advanced airplane, significantly more horsepower, just a better all-around airplane. But General Motors continued production of the Wildcat with the FM designation. And the FMs were a little bit different than the Grumman produced F4Fs, and then it had a different engine. They'd switched over to a Wright Cyclone 1820 of 1,350 horsepower, and it has a little bit taller tail, which provided better stability. Has 4 50 caliber machine guns, and the machine guns, or the taking away 2 of the machine guns from the original 6, allowed them to carry more ammunition, which they found was a good trade-off. The 50 caliber machine guns were plenty powerful enough to take down the Japanese airplanes, which, while very maneuverable, were lightly armored or not armored at all and did not have self-sealing fuel tanks.
And it looks like we're just getting a bit of a run-up action here before we take off.
I think what you're seeing here is Mike is going to demonstrate the capabilities of this airplane. He's pulling up to the line, and you're going to see a STOL takeoff from our chief pilot, Mike Spaulding.
Well, chalk this one up for the National STOL history books. I don't think we've ever had anything like this before.
I'm geeking out. I've got to take a picture myself. This is just too cool. So if you've never seen the Wildcat before, it is an amazing performing airplane.
And away he goes. That is no problem for the Wildcat. I guess that makes sense given its pedigree and its heritage.
So there's a good pilot like Mike, you don't notice it as much. But for new pilots, when they took off in the Wildcat, you'd see the wings wobble back and forth, and that was known as the Wildcat wobble. That's because that landing gear is hand cranked up, about 34 cranks, I believe it was, to get the gear up. So new pilots would often wobble around in the air as they cranked up the gear.
I think the most comparable thing we have for that is some of the manual flap aircraft. If the flap is on the floor, that can do the same thing because you're trying to reach through your legs and keep the stick or the yoke going. But yeah, no one's retracting their landing gear today in the National STOL side of the environment.
And it's a natural thing for a new pilot to be looking at what they're doing instead of looking out the cockpit and focusing on the horizon. Mike's going to do several passes for us. So there were about 7,800 Wildcats produced in total, and General Motors produced about 5,800 of the FM models. So most of the Wildcats that were produced during the war were actually produced by General Motors and not Grumman. The FM2 has a cruise speed of 164 miles per hour, max speed of 332, which was about the same as the Japanese Zero. I think the Zero had a max speed of about 331, so they were pretty evenly matched that way, at least the FM version. 900-mile range. When the Hellcats were being produced, and they replaced most of the Wildcats on the larger carriers, and the Wildcats, because they could take off in a shorter distance, they were a little bit lighter airplane than the F6F. they were regulated to Jeep carriers, so they were on escort duty for convoys and that sort of thing. Now, the museum's airplane was produced in New Jersey by General Motors in 1944. In April of 1944, it went out to San Pedro, California, and spent the summer in the South Pacific that year, and then it returned to San Diego in the early part of 1945, was in a training unit in Florida briefly, and then right at the tail end of the war, in July of 1945, it was assigned to a composite squadron based just 4 miles up the road from the museum at Pungo Naval Auxiliary Air Station, where it was part of a composite unit of Avengers and Wildcats that were used not only for training, but also for protecting convoys along the East Coast and in the Atlantic, and hunting for German submarines. So it's pretty cool that we have an airplane in the collection that actually served right in this area during the war. Still flying over the skies of Pungo today. So Mike has got the gear cranked down. He's on downwind, just turning base, and he'll be landing shortly. What you may not have noticed because it was done over on the ramp, the wings of the Wildcat have the patented Grumman stow wing design, so they actually fold back along the fuselage so you could load more airplanes on the carrier. That is done manually, so it's not hydraulically powered like you have on the Corsair or the Avenger. So one of the cool things that our volunteers get to do is become part of an aircraft handling team, and they get to unfurl the wings, so to speak.
And it looks like he's coming in for a STOL competition landing here. We'll see if it's a scratch or not. I'd call that close enough to call it good.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Was that a 3-wire? Did they have the 3-wire thing back in the day?
They
did. Still
yeah.
call it that?
Yeah.
Oh no, Lexi says it was a scratch.
Oh no.
You can boo her if you want. That's fine. No one booed her. Maybe a few people booed her. I don't know.
I'll leave it to Keegan to tell Micah that was a scratch. I'm not going to tell him.
What an amazing treat for us here at the Military Aviation Museum. And Zach, thank you so much for talking us through it. Such a special thing. I mean, it highlights the museum's mission we've heard the whole weekend in terms of keeping them flying. I mean, I don't remember what percentage of the collection is flying, but it's a large percentage.
It's most of the collection is flyable. About 40 of the warbirds fly on a regular basis, year to year. May to October, we do a summer of flight program every Saturday where we do a different demo with a different warbird. And Keegan, our Director of Operations, Mitchell Welch, or myself, gives a talk about the airplane, and then it does a demo kind of like what you've seen today. We do that all summer long. And then, of course, in October, first weekend of October, we have our big air show, Warbirds Over the Beach, where everything will be flying. Coming up in June 15th, we have our flying proms, which is in the British tradition of a flying promenade, where we have a symphony orchestra play and several warbirds flying in conjunction with the music. So we do a lot of flying here at the museum. But as you said, the whole mission is to keep them flying, keep those stories alive, and honor the men and women who built the airplanes, that took them into combat, that maintained the airplanes. It's all about making sure that their stories aren't lost, and we do that through flying the airplanes.
And speaking of flying airplanes, we'll be doing a little bit more of that in just a second. But first, time to thank some of our sponsors. Here's one that helps the museum out as well as us, Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance. Legend Aircraft, USATrailersDirect.com, FlightHelmet.com, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance, Lift Aviation, Aero LEDs, Red Tag Art, iFly EFB, and Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. So thank you so much for them sponsoring the entire National STOL 2024 season. We are going to take a break, but before that, Zach, I wanted to say Zach Boffman, everybody, give a round of applause to him for the narration we had there on our little Warbird demo. Thank you so much for taking the time to hang out with me today. It's been an absolute pleasure to connect and to nerd out about airplanes.
Thank you for letting me be a part of it. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. We will be right back for the sport class after this. Stay tuned.
Coming across the Florida line, and I started overheating a little bit. Wound up having my motor go out on me over Quincy, Florida. Landed, come to find out, head gasket went out, and also there was a bunch of stuff plugging up the radiator, so lines couldn't fully circulate, so that was why that was happening. It was pressurizing my system. I wound up kind of making a decision to pull it, so I just went and got one and put it in. Took about a day to put in, a day to test. Figured out the radiator issue, pulled the radiator, and there was a core line in the radiator. It was kind of dark black, which means that it was hot. There wasn't anything getting through it, so we figured it out. Part of it, we're out here running these machines at 6,000 RPM. The unfortunate part is when you're not cooling them correctly, like what was happening to mine, it'll get hot and blow the head gasket. It's been awesome to fly it up the East Coast for the last 4 or 5 days. 9,000 mile motor. I got super lucky to find it and put it in.
Gonna grab one twin.
Class Rick, holding it.
Taking the big bounce.
Okay.
He's sliding.
Came down and I was braking and it just shattered across the weld.
My name is Justin Tisdale. I'm flying a Zenith 750, flying in the Sport class. My dad and I would always go to events and things like that, and I would always look up and just see people flying. And for me, it was something that I dreamed of doing. It's something that he dreamed of doing. We grew up like kind of poorish, and he was a cop and couldn't really afford to do that kind of stuff. So after I got out of the military, I started looking at aviation. I was like, man, I think I could do that. Wound up completing that dream of his and mine to become a pilot. And anyone can do it. I know if I can do it, other people can do it.
Howdy, I'm Levi No Guess. I'm from Killeen, Texas. I'm here for the fun. If I win, that's great. If I don't, I'm still having a blast.
My name is Sheldon Hetherington. I'm flying Redbird, a Zenith 750 STOL.
Here's Sheldon now in Redbird, overcome that axle issue that he had and now has it up and running.
New prop I'm trying. I just got it from eProps and it's totally amazing.
Hi, I'm Dennis Rowe. I fly Just Aircraft Highlander and I'm in the sport class. What do you say? You done it. You own it and you learn from it and you thank God. And in this case, it was not too serious.
You know, here's the embarrassing part. I always said, boy, you put a Highlander on its nose, you got to be an overachiever.
Yeah, I had to entertain everybody.
I started off at a young age, probably 3 years old, racing motocross.
You know, I come from a stunt background and I was a professional bull rider. It just, what's next? Let's do it.
And it is so great to be back here with you again today. The hits, the excitement, they just keep coming. We just saw John McCardle unseat the 2023 National STOL champion Brandon Korn in the touring class. And we're getting ready now for the sport class. Let's look at the lineup. This is another big class. We're going to divide it up into 2 heats. You've got Edward Boyd in the 2019, looks like a Cub Craft or something. We'll get to that in a second. Daryl Hickman in a 2014 American Legend. Justin Tisdale on the mic with me yesterday during practice, 2021 Zenith 750. Dennis Rowe, 2020
just Highlander. Andrew Findlay was out here putting in work. We'll talk about him a little bit more later. 1998 Kit Fox Series 5, Pat McIntyre, 2006 Rands S7. And then bringing up the rear of the class. That's it. That's it. There's only 6 of them. So I got all excited for another sheet to read from. So we are dividing them into 2 sections of 3, and let's talk about the first bit. In race 219 and a 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub from Appleton, Tennessee, it's Edward Boyd in the blue one up there. Race 22, 2014 American Legend AL Teen Light Sport. From Ormond Beach, Florida, Daryl Hickman behind him, and Justin Tisdale taxiing in front of you right now. That's race 18, the Mustache Flyer from Siloam Springs, Arkansas, in that 2021 Zenith 750 STOL. So that's the first 3 competitors of Sport Class in the first heat, and I am now so excited. I'm very excited because my good friend Cam Walton, who you've seen out in front of you photographing all day, is with me on the mic. Cam, how you doing today? What do you think so far?
I'm doing really well, and what I think so far is we're having a great competition, and the venue couldn't be any better.
Yes, great competition. Couldn't have a better venue. Is this, I know that we love all our children the same, but is this like current family favorite?
This is probably going to be the current family favorite right now for National STOL.
It's not fair to Swamp STOL because we had to walk through like 6 inches of mud all day, every day.
Well, it's also not fair to them that they don't have a collection of World War II and World War I aircraft. So I think it's I think it's appropriate.
Adam Gordon will try to figure that out. He's like, I'll find some warbirds in Louisiana. Come on. Well, let's talk about, you have been volunteering with National STOL since the beginning?
Almost. I think the second year. My first competition was Sun and Fun 2001 or 2021.
Okay, so that would have been probably when we met for the first time.
Yep.
That's cool. It's cool to go back down memory lane. We've got a green flag now. Edward Boyd taxiing to the line, and that is a beautifully painted Carbon Cub there. Let's let them depart, and then I want to dig into your photography here. Ed Boyd from Appleton, Tennessee, started flying in the early 90s. It says here on our little magic sheet that he has approximately 3,000 hours of flight time. And his favorite activity of all that, sorry, I'm here rambling. He's already in the air. There's Ed Boyd. Next up, Daryl Hickman in that 2014 Legend, American Legend AL-18 Legend aircraft, of course, one of our longtime sponsors. Basically a modernized Super Cub. Giving it full throttle, tail in the sky, and he's off. Now we still don't have a ton of wind on the field. Look at those flags right now. There's not a lot going on there. You heard Jerry Clemens earlier today say, ooh, I actually would prefer, maybe I'd prefer the crosswinds to this, which was surprising because it was spicy yesterday. Here's Justin Tisdale. By the way, Justin made breakfast for all of us this morning, so thank you, Justin, for that. That was very nice. Whoa, okay, nice.
All right.
Nice deck angle on that, Justin, and he's off. Let's get the scores coming in.
And you saw Justin in that package just before we started up the sport class with that whole adventure with getting his engine sorted out. What an adventure for him. He's constantly fighting that plane. Let's shift gears back to you, though, Cam. So talk to me about your very passionate aviation photographer. Talk to me about how you got started with that.
Got started by looking at magazines, going to like Books A Million when I was a kid, and looking at the combat aircraft magazines, Wings, Air Power, all of those magazines, and wanting to take those exact same photos of the aircraft in those magazines, like how I do today.
Ed Boyd coming in there. I don't know if you could hear the stall warning going off the whole time he rode that thing down. And it looked like it was going to be a big bounce, but just kind of like, boom, it just settled right in. So a good first landing for Ed Boyd. Now Daryl Hickman coming in with those wig-wag lights. Gotta love seeing that. In the Legend. Good over the line. Giving up maybe 50 feet, but again, trying to be safe. And I don't mean safe in terms of like risk or safety. I mean in terms of safe competitive-wise, right? You want to get on the board, have a score. We saw that last round. Some of those 180s scratched almost every round, and that gets real tense when you're like, man, am I going to get on the board at all? So it's better to get one on the board and be ready to go. Justin Tisdale, yep, there he is now descending down. We'll see what he does. Yesterday he was rocking the low approach with the high deck angle. Different conditions today. He's still kind of high up at the tree line. There he's descending now. 130 horsepower Viking engine. Good over the line as well. Dropping it in. Getting a little inspiration from Brandon Korn, maybe. Not afraid to plop that thing down. Cam, is there a particular photo that you saw that like kicked it off? Is there like a historic aviation photo that you're like, oh, this is what I want to do?
Not exactly, because all the photos that I saw were like air-to-air, and it's a dream to shoot air-to-air, but that's not how you usually start with aviation photography. But there is a particular photo of F-18, like the Legacy Hornets, where he's going ballistic, and he's got a full rack of missiles, and it just looks really, really cool, and I'd love to get that shot. Too bad there's not many Legacy Hornets flying today.
Yeah, just because the Blue Angels just switched over to Super Hornets a couple of years ago because they were the last. Were they the last ones? I think
they're some of the last ones. I think there are a few Legacy Hornets, or maybe one or two with the Navy in test at China Lake, maybe nearby Patuxent at the Patuxent River facility. But there's not a lot of them flying today.
I think the Hornet looks cool, and you see the Super Hornets just. Especially they've been flying over all weekend. People don't realize how much bigger they are. There is Ed Boyd, currently in third place with a combined score of 326. Daryl Hickman in second with 309, and Justin Tisdale in the Zenith, 258. See what Daryl does in the Legend. Got that right main off pretty well, but that left main kind of hung on for a while. And Justin Tisdale now taxiing to the line. Maybe his call sign should be Mr. Breakfast. That was a good breakfast, man.
It was a great breakfast.
Good eggs, pancakes, sausage, bacon.
Cinnamon roll. That new engine sounds pretty hefty.
And there's Justin Tisdale. And I want to say hi to Wani Plays in the chat with the super chat on YouTube. There we go. He said, would you shout out my friend Adrian?
He's volunteering for this grand event. So shout out to Adrian, who's volunteering, helping us bring this to you here in Virginia. That is awesome. Also, we've got a couple other people that want to say hi to you. Eric Farewell in the chat. Let's go, Cam.
What's up, Eric?
Levi Nogas, who we just saw in the package. This looks like a great museum. Levi, this is really exciting. They have a full-size storage here, and Levi, as most people follow National STOL will know, has like a replica storage that's sized down. I don't know if it's like 80% scale or something. 75% is what Race Control is telling me, and that full-size one, it's big. Here's Ed Boyd now over the line. It's good. He's just got to get it stopped. So for him, Cam, I think it's going to be shortening it up a little bit, getting a little bit closer to the line in the next 2 runs.
I think so.
Let's see. Here's Daryl Hickman on slow final. Let me ask you this, because you're like a big deal photographer. You go to all the major air shows. It feels like if I'm not there with you, I always see a picture of you like on the flight line with your giant zoom lens and stuff. Here, let's let Daryl land, and I have a question for you. So here comes Daryl now. Good over the line. Same feedback, backseat piloting from me. Now he's got to get it closer to the line. We're giving up too much footage. We've got 2 good scores on the board. We can get a little bit closer to the line. Justin Tisdale, he's got some time here. We can ask this question. What advice would you have for people like me who are not, I'm a photographer, but I'm not an aviation photographer. What advice would you have for people like me who want to get involved and take awesome photos of airplanes?
Well, what's awesome now is there's social media. So if you see someone who takes awesome photos that you would love to learn from or love to take, then reach out to them. Reach out to your heroes and see what they say. They may be able to get you on board, may be able to give you some tips. Beyond that, I would just reach out to the coordinators for the events that you want to go to and let them know that you're getting into aviation or getting into aviation photography, and that's what you want to do. You want to be a part of the team.
Reach out and touch someone. Justin Tisdale reached out and touched the earth there. Came in pretty high. He's rocking the high alpha approach. When we talk about that, folks, he's got the prop high in the air, kind of that tail down approach, and definitely plopping it in. That is the second run of Sport Class. We've got 2 more to go before the next heat, and things are going to heat up in the second heat because, look, we've got Pat McIntyre, who's gone from rookie to striking fear into all sport pilots in about a year. It's interesting because I think as photographers, we always dive into that gear thing. I mean, you and I, every time I see him, I got this new camera, or I sold this camera, I got this camera. But the piece of advice you gave wasn't about gear or technique. It was about community and connection.
Yeah.
Some other people in the chat here. Jeff Pohl says, "What's up, Ryan and Cam?"
What's going on, Jeff?
And Katie Wado. We got all these competitors watching right now. That's so cool. We can't wait to see you guys on the circuit. Miss you too, Jeff. There's Ed Boyd off the ground, and let's call it, 1:30 we'll find out. Levi Nogas we talked about before. Just digging through so many people saying hi in the chat. That is absolutely awesome. Blake says, "You all are doing a super job of portraying the spectrum of aviation. Thank you, pilots and National STOL team." I will say thank you for watching, Blake, and thanks for telling your friends about it. We are so happy to have you here sharing our love of aviation. Here's Daryl Hickman now off around they're literally crawling on the ground trying to find the exact spot of the tape measure there. 118-foot takeoff for Daryl Hickman, so that's his best so far. Put in perspective, Justin Tisdale's best is 109 in the Zenith. Just floating it off. looking at maybe the 110 range. Let's see where that ends up. 107. So that is the best. Channeling my inner Eric, who always seems to know exactly where the numbers are. 107 for Justin. So that's going to help him stay in the lead. He's got to get as short as possible if he's got to stand a chance against Pat McIntyre in the Rands S7. We got some other competitors in Jeff Daly. Brandon Korn, a.k.a. Corn Dog, just rips in that 205 watching touring class when he's entered. Absolutely, Jeff. Hope to see you on the circuit too soon. And then we've got Joe Renda, who says, I love watching STOL. Can't wait to watch all the events, and now I'll probably have to purchase a tail dragger. You know what? Come fly your Archer, too. That's fine. Let's get in there, Joe. All right. We got a nice bounce over the line for Ed Boyd.
Such a gorgeous aircraft.
What are you saying about what? One kind of cool thing that is new for National STOL, and let's watch Daryl come in right now. He's good over the line. Again, got to get it just tighter to the line. A more accurate approach would help Daryl a lot, but he's still down quite short in that like 215 range. While we wait for Justin to mosey his way in, super slow in the STOL aircraft, the 750 STOL. The kind of a cool thing is if you, let's say, Joe, Renda in the chat, you were joking about how your Archer isn't set up, but if you got 4 other buddies in Archers, National STOL would put together an Archer class just for you, a subclass, so you can kind of have a little like maybe almost like a formula class of just like versus like airplanes. It feels sometimes like, we talk about Legend Aircraft as one of our sponsors. Sometimes it feels like we've got the Legend Aircraft class with all the MOACs. It's just MOAC after MOAC after MOAC. Here's Justin. Nice steep descent. Get it stopped, Justin. I don't know if they're going to count that. He didn't feel like he actually came to a complete stop. You got to come to an absolutely complete stop. Looks like the internet chat cam's going nuts. We got Howdy from Arkansas, right? No, Alaska?
Oh, no, that's Alaska.
What?
Yeah.
What? I am so tired. Terry from Alaska. Hey, Terry. We've got Germany. Mark Satita from Germany says, I'm new to aviation in the LSA class. I'm addicted to STOL. What amazing skill. Greetings from Germany. Thank you so much for watching. Alex Cardenas is looking good, Justin.
We got friends from Intercut Productions saying hi.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Intercut? You're famous.
I try. It's good to have friends that live nearby.
So we're getting ready for the final lap of the first heat of Sport Class. Let's see, Daryl Hickman now on the line here in the Sport Class. These are you're already seeing why the Sport Class is so exciting. These are the lightest aircraft typically, and they can be really aggressively paired with horsepower. And so think about how long the takeoffs were earlier today and how much shorter they are now in this class. Currently we've got, and Justin Tisdale's coming up to the line right now. His current score, 258, is his lowest. Ed Boyd making some big improvements over the runs, down to 269. And Daryl Hickman currently third place with 309. Now, we still have one more round of landings to complete, but that puts an interesting little pregame for the second heat. Here's Justin now digging that ballast into the grass. He's come a long way.
He has come a long
Talk to me about, you've watched Justin from the sidelines. You've seen him fly. Talk to me. Oh, wait, actually in my ear, I think we've got an interview with Reese Dockhand down with Brandon Korn.
Yep, that's right. Justin Tisdall, that takeoff was mega impressive, first and foremost. That was wild. Brandon Korn, I'm sorry, you just wiped the tears out of your eyes. I know it's tough to take second place, but walk me through that.
Well, I've been holding on to the lead and been pretty solid at every event, but a lot of these guys have just been getting better and better and better, and I coach them along and try to help them out, but I got beat by 50 feet, and now I got to go home and put the work in again.
John McCardle came in as a rookie last year. He did get a lot of coaching. Maybe you helped him out a little too much.
No, it's not like that here. Everybody helps everybody. We want it to be competitive, and I want to come back and beat him.
That 205 is an absolute monster. There's some things that you got done to it to give it that competitive edge.
We poured it and polished the cylinders. Got an MT prop on it, MT tail skid. McFarlane tail skid. We got it all lightened up, and we have that engine just tuned to the running top notch.
You got a long distance to come in from Texas now. Who did you have in the cockpit up there along the way?
My good friend Bill Chance came along. He helped fly. He helps navigate. He helps with the whole operation. It's just hard to do it all alone.
Absolutely a fantastic season last year. You hit up every stop. What's the goals on this year's 2024 season?
I would like to make them all. There's a few of them that are out there pretty far, and I'll just have to get back home and see what I can do. But I'm definitely going to be in contention for the championship.
That second place is definitely going to fire you up. Thank you so much for being out here. Good luck in the next ones, and back to you, Ryan.
All right, thank y'all.
Thanks so much, Reese and Brandon. And yeah, you can tell why. He's a champion not only in performance but in attitude. Brandon back there, you can't ask for a better competitor to explain it that way. Oh, it's not like that around here. We're here to work together to all get more competitive.
It is a family.
Yeah, it is a family, absolutely. Justin's coming in. I want to talk about, did you see this stuff at Swamp STOL? We got to talk about one of our sponsors. This Red Tag Art. Red Tag Art is art that's handcrafted, art and home goods, handcrafted from Red Tag aircraft parts, which are no longer viable for use. So last in Swamp STOL, I'll wait for Justin. Here we go, good over the line. Rocking back and forth on those massive tires. At Swamp STOL, we saw Red Tag Art made these candles out of taxi lights, and then they were scented to smell like your favorite aviation scents. But they do all sorts of things, from bottle openers made from valve covers to turbine-based coffee tables, everything in between. Check out their designs, or you can actually start a custom project over at Red Tag Art. Okay, we were talking about Justin. I wonder if you could give me a little bit of your take on Justin starting as rookie, coming in, figuring it out to now. What's your take on that?
I would say I was extremely impressed at Swamp STOL with his abilities coming from seeing what they were last year to now. I think we've all seen where he's landed long and things have broken, and he's been in control, and now he's doing way better. You can see that, like, when he's coming in, you can see him just working the rudders. He's trying to do everything possible to stay competitive, for one thing, but also show that he knows how to fly, and he's been working hard. And how many hours in
it's
1
over
year?
1,000 hours in a year. Yeah.
That's near unheard of. I don't know anybody that's putting down that type of hours in regular aircraft and regular GA. So he's doing a fantastic job, and I hope he continues, because he's a phenomenal person, and he's doing very, very good things for the aviation community, for sure.
Absolutely, I agree with everything you said there. We've got another interview we can pop over to. Reese Duckhand's now with Keith Lang. Reese, how's Keith doing?
Man, Keith, one of my favorite competitors. You got such an amazing character. Nitro, one amazing bird, but it has to compete against some of these Carbon Cubs. Talk to me about the second place finish.
Yeah, second place. I'll take second place anytime when I'm running against Carbon Cubs and MOACs and stuff. Just lucky day. just need a little better wind on takeoffs. I think I would have got them today, but you know, it's always right there. It's just a matter of when, you know.
Real quick, this is the Heritage STOL. Give me a little bit of background and history of how you got into the sport.
I started early when I was a kid. Father, we had neighbors, we lived on a grass strip, just starting out in Cubs and Champs, you know, playing in the airplanes. We had a neighbor that rebuilt broken airplanes and just working and sanding on that stuff. You know, as a kid, you grow up and it's just exciting as hell.
That's awesome. We want to get the youth involved. Give a shout out to some of the kids that might be watching back at home.
Oh yeah, I got my grandkids, Atlas, we got Athena, we got Apollo. That's my 3, mom and my daughter and son. Man, you know, bring out the kids at these shows. That, you know, you got to start early and get them built up. And this is a great place to start making kids happy.
That beautiful cub out there, doing a great job out there, Keith. And we'll kick it back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks so much, Reese. Thanks so much, Keith. And now let's look at our second heat of the sport class. It's about to get a little louder. It's about to get a little shorter. You just saw Ed Boyd, Daryl Hickman, and Justin Tisdale. Now you're going to see Dennis Rowe, Andrew Findlay, and Pat McIntyre. Up first, right in front of you there, in the green and white aircraft, it's race 57, the 2020 Just Highlander. You're going to want to cover your ears when this one takes off with the Yamaha power. It's Dennis Rowe. Next up in race 97, from Maple, North Carolina. You might recognize the name if you've hung out at Reno ever. In a 1998 Kid Fox Series 5, it's Andrew Findlay. And last but certainly not least, in race 40 from Lincoln, Nebraska, in the 2006 Rans S7, Pat McIntyre. So, Cam, as you look at this second heat coming up, what are you hoping to see?
Hoping to see a lot of people being safe, for one thing. But
safety is good, okay.
But also, I want Pat to win. I love Justin, but I want Pat to win.
Oh, man, be careful. You can't do that to the guy that makes our breakfast. Let's do a weather check. Look, finally today we got a little bit of wind. We got 7 knots from 160. And we've got altimeter at 3048. Turf still dry. Temp 17 degrees centigrade. Humidity 73%. And our density altitude has actually finally broken over zero. We've got a density altitude of 66 feet. Still pretty easy on the aircraft in terms of performance compared to flying in a mountain or on a hot, humid day. Here comes Dennis Rowe. We got the flag is green from Vandergrift, Pennsylvania. Check this thing out. It's called Hee Haw. TK1 shocks, T3 tail, Yamaha Apex. It's going to sound a little different. That Yamaha engine, of course, a little famous. We've got a couple others on the circuit. One, Justin Metters, I think, is running a Yamaha now. Yeah. And there's some yellow plane that we saw a bunch.
Who could be that guy?
Yeah, I don't know who that guy is. Steve Henry, that guy. All right. Andrew Findlay now. Again, raced at Reno for the last 10 years in sport class. This aircraft was built by his father-in-law and his wife, Jackie. He's getting off the ground there a little bit over 230 feet. They named it, if you're, you might know this reference, Cam, because you're cool like me. They named the airplane Kelly Kapowski. It's all right.
It's all right.
Saved by the Bell. Well, that'll be fun. Okay, next up, Pat McIntyre is on the line. Look at that. He's cheated to the left side of the runway to get a little bit of that crosswind. It's minimal, but he wants every knot over him. Look, we're actually on board with it right now. Watch him Hand on the flap panel, drops the flaps right into the air. Now he's going to nurse those flaps off. And he is off short. Let's watch the replay of that. Look how deep he got that nose off so short. And he's making his way around the pattern, and we've got Dennis Rowe now in the Highlander on final approach. Man, you put the pressure on Pat, Cam.
I know.
Okay, Dennis Rowe now, low, keeping that low approach, and a very early touchdown. Remember, Jerry Clemens said, he wouldn't mind a little more wind, even if it were the direct crosswinds like it was yesterday during practice. And I think we maybe saw a little bit of that too. Dennis is like, I just don't have any, I got to figure it out now. I got no reliable wind. Wind socks maybe hanging around at 5 knots constant. These are pilots that are used to a heck of a lot more wind on the nose. They actually prefer it that way. Here's Andrew Findlay, the Reno veteran. Really close on the line. Lexi's not sure. We're going to have to go back to replay. Andrew put in more practice than anybody yesterday. He was just burning gas all day. Let's check out this replay now. Frame by frame we go. It's close. What? Pat, what are you even doing? That was insane. He just floats it right on. Andrew Findlay's pass was called a scratch, so no score for him on that one. I will say this. I met his family last night. We were on the tour of the museum together. Met his 2 boys, Alex and Grayson. They're just the coolest kids. His wife, Jackie, so nice. It's cool to see someone who's so competitive, right? Humble but competitive. And I was like, hey, he was like, oh, I want to be, I don't want to be embarrassed out there. I want to really succeed. I was like, dude, no, you put 10 years in Reno. We know you're competitive. You just got to get it worked out. Dennis Rowe up in the sky, number 57. Here comes Andrew Findlay now. Let's look at the scores. So he did scratch, but his first takeoff, 230 feet. Dennis Rowe with 119-foot takeoff, but also a scratch. Pat McIntyre, a 73-foot takeoff and an 82-foot landing. So everyone's got their work cut out for them. Tail up for Andrew. And it's off. And now look at Pat. Maybe a little advantage for him being in the rear because no one's copying this cheat into the wind technique. No one's noticed that he's doing it. We're on board with him now. Let's watch again the way he works those flaps. Waiting for the air boss to say, go ahead. Full throttle, nose way down, and he's up. Wow. Taking those flaps off. Let's see how long that was. Well, they go around the pattern. We got Mr. Justin Tisdale with Reese Dockhand. Hey, Reese, what's up?
We're at the Military Aircraft Museum. You see all these World War I and II aircraft behind us. They are able to keep these planes in the air, and sometimes it's a little challenge for you, Justin Tisdale, to keep your plane in the air, even with the modern aircraft. We last seen you at the Swamp STOL. You were heading to Sun and Fun and something happened.
Yeah, the motor went out on me, but we did a little deal there at Quincy. If those guys are watching, I want to say thank you to all of them that helped out. We wound up getting a core put in. Took us around 20 hours to do. Got it back in, and then flew to Sun and Fun. It was about a 3-day ordeal with the weather, and then we flew the coast and came up here to Heritage. So it was a good time. I want to say thank you to Quincy for hosting me and doing everything. But we took that motor out, put a new one on, you know.
And that's racing. You're going to have a little bit of a tear up here and there, and you just got to keep after it. You did a great 2023 season. You're charging after it in the 2024 season. You're seeing the numbers drop. But one of the cool things is you get to experience the area in a unique and cool way. You went to the beach and you got to see Kitty Hawk. Talk about that experience.
Yeah, it's JB, Brandon, and Bill, Mr. Bill. We all went up to Kitty Hawk, flew down the beach. It was a lot of good flight footage coming out too. But it was one of the funnest things ever. We went to the first flight museum, got to see where it all kind of started, you know, and now we're just kind of hoping maybe we do this one and one there. It'd be a lot of fun to say, you know, hey, from where it started to now STOL, it'd be a heck of a deal. But it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. These guys opening the doors to us, you know, thanks to them, the tours, getting to see all these military aircraft out here, and you know, just some of the best hosts. Keegan, if you're out here, brother, thanks for everything you guys and your volunteer crew are doing. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. It's insane that this family is a family. We want to bring more kids in, get them involved, and you actually are doing a big thing with just getting more sponsorships. You're doing STOL. Your aircraft is now digitized so that they can play video games in your actual airplane.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like we always talk about the fact that I can watch some people online that, you know, I don't know fly my airplane is kind of a weird experience, you know, sitting there drinking some iced tea, just watching these people. You know, they want to be out here. They're dreamers, and some of them will come and hung out with us. You know, they volunteer. Vinny, Austin, all those guys. You know, they were dreamers just like me on the sideline, picked up the dream, and now they're here by volunteering. So if you're watching and you want to come out and help, dude, hit up nationalstol.com and go and look at the volunteer link and sign up.
And if you're on the Microsoft Sim, you should definitely check that out. We're going to go back down to the action. Back to you, Ryan.
Here goes Dennis Rowe off short. He had a bit of a sporty landing while we were in the interview there. That tail kept coming up. He kept having to release the brakes. Feeling a little gun shy about it. He actually had a prop strike at Sodbusters. I think it was last year. So maybe he's feeling a little gun shy about it. But that's what you do when you're trying to be competitive. You're heavy on those brakes. The other thing we saw was Pat McIntyre put down an absolutely textbook landing, that tail wheel hitting before the line, the mains hitting right after it. And look, an 88-foot landing there for Pat McIntyre. Here's Andrew Findlay now on the roll and up into the sky. And Pat McIntyre, what are you hoping for here, Cam? He's your favorite.
I don't even know. I just know. I know I want him to win. I just know that he is my favorite. That aircraft has changed hands a few times with some people that I've known. So, I mean, real happy to see that aircraft performing how it does. And the guy sitting inside of it is a very cool person, and that just adds to the experience.
Pat's best takeoff so far, 68 feet on that last run. Everyone, by the way, in the last run got on the board in this second heat. So if we look at the total scores, Pat McIntyre holding his own right now at 155. Ed Boyd still hanging on to second place with 249. Dennis Rowe coming for Pat the best he can with 255. Only 3 feet ahead of Justin Tisdale, putting Justin into fourth place. Daryl Hickman, 282, and Andrew Findlay with 570. And let's go down to Ed Boyd right now, currently second place with Reese Duckham.
Being in a Carbon Cub and some out there. I guess Justin would probably be my closest competitor out there right now, and I think he's probably gonna take it. He's got a little more experience, as I'm still learning the ropes, and I'm getting the feel for it, and can see some of the mods some of the guys are making and some of the things you got to do to be more competitive. So I guess I'll be ordering a Cato prop and getting some better brakes and a few things like that.
Well, you caught us mid-interview with Ed where he's got the beautiful blue Carbon Cub. He's talking about the Zenith being a little bit more of a challenge. Now, what are some things that you can do to take it to the next level?
As I just mentioned, I need better brakes and maybe a little bit one of these adjustable props, and a little more practice with practicing with a line. If you go out and you do some practice and you have no line, and you come here and there's a line out there, yeah, it's a little bit different, So I'm just trying not to scratch, and I'm not challenging myself as much as I probably could, because I think you just don't scratch and get on the board, then, you know, that looks better.
Just get it across the line. At the end of the day, you got to get points on the board. And then, you know, you can do a lot of modifications, but at the end of the day, it is the practice inside the airplane that's going to make the most difference.
That's all about. You got to get some practice.
Last stop at Swamp STOL was your rookie debut. Now, how was that? And we're seeing you again, so you must enjoy it.
Yeah, I had a good time. It's something I've been wanting to do for a long time. I should have probably got in there and done it. I was going to go to Arkansas, and a bunch of my friends went. A lot of my friends have been doing this, you know, so I'm with a group. We fly around together over in Appleton called STOL Bandits, and we all have a good time. And a lot of those guys went over there, but it was my 30th wedding anniversary, and I wanted to stay married, and I didn't go. And so another time I had gotten COVID and didn't make it, so all things are going good now, and I'm out having fun.
Absolutely awesome to see you out here at work. Congratulations in second place, currently unfinished. We're still got a couple more flights, but good luck. Yeah. Back to you, Ryan.
That's gonna.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that interview, Reese. And yeah, let's check in where we're at. We're in the last lap. The last lap of Heritage STOL here in Virginia Beach, Virginia, at the Military Aviation Museum. And I'm a little bittersweet about it, Cam, because it's been one heck of a weekend. And we've seen everything from warbirds to big 205s all the way down to little Kitfox Series 5s. There's Andrew Findlay taking off right now. And Pat McIntyre currently hanging on to first place with his best score of 155 feet combined. That is impressive, but it's super impressive given the fact that we have almost no wind here at Virginia Beach today. Just a little bit of a sea breeze. And a little bit of a gauntlet drop in the chat. Dan Reynolds. Let's watch Pat, and then I'll show you the look at that. Just leaping into the air. That may be his best so far. Previous best was 68 feet. Maybe we're near there. Dan Reynolds in the chat dropping the gauntlet saying, hey, Pat McIntyre, how about we go head-to-head at Oklahoma in the unlimited class?
Uh-oh.
Them's fighting words.
I
love it. Dan Reynolds, by the way, one to watch, had a landing. We did have a little bit of wind. There's Dennis Rowe keeping that balance. There you go, down around 150 some odd feet. Dan Reynolds, 10-foot landing at Swamp STOL.
Yeah.
That's bonkers.
Awesome.
And we talk a lot about accuracy and consistency. Pat McIntyre, check that out, Cam. 68 foot, 68 foot, 68 feet. 3 landings in a row at 68, or takeoffs, I mean, at 68 feet. Here's Andrew Findlay now, coming in a little hot, but look, he's working those brakes. They're all shimmy shaking on the Kitfox there. Exciting to see him on the circuit. Can't wait to see what he does next. And now for the final landing. Let's hear it, everybody. The final landing of Heritage STOL 2024. Pat McIntyre holding his own, maybe getting a little wind finally. I'm feeling it through the trailer. Excellent for Pat. Holding it off. Look at that. That may be his best run yet. Waiting for the scores to come in. Actually, his first run still holding the line with 155 feet. Oh, man. What an awesome end to an awesome weekend. You see we're on camera there, on board with Pat McIntyre. Let's run you through the scores, and then we'll head out and hang out with the pilots. Look, Pat's showing off a little bit. He knows. He knows. Here's how the sport class ended up for you. In first class with the best run of 155 feet, Pat McIntyre. Ed Boyd in second place, 249. Dennis Rowe, 255. Justin Tisdale, just 3 feet out of third place with 258. Daryl Hickman, 282. Andrew Findlay with a best score of 256 feet combined. Let's take a short break. Cam Walton on the mic with me. Cam, thank you so much for joining me, man. It's great. One of the best treats of being involved in National STOL has been getting to know you and hang out with you, and it's been awesome. So we'll be right back down with the planes.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
What do you think, everybody, for the sport class, huh? Let's give a round of applause to the sport class pilots right here. And we had an amazing race. I want to make special mention. Things got tight in a lot of places here. Let's run through the scores. In third place, only 3 feet in front of fourth place, with a combined score of 255, Dennis Rowe.
Come on, Dennis.
With a combined score of 249 feet, everyone give a round of applause to Ed Boyd. And Cam was rooting for you in the booth, Pat. Combined score of 155. He manifested it for you. Everyone, round of applause. First place, Pat McIntyre. Pat, come on over here, man. So, first of all, last year compared to this year, you've made a lot of changes, both you and the plane. What made a bigger difference today?
Yeah, I just quit flying so poorly. That helped the most.
No, but put in a lot of practice and then some modifications of the aircraft as well.
Yeah, I changed a lot on my airplane. Bigger engine this year than I had, which made enormous difference. And I continue to modify my plane. I hope to have 3 or 4 new mods by the next competition. And then, for me, I mean, the landings are just practice, which takes a lot.
I mean, we saw like a textbook beautiful one. You had the tail down before the line, mains hit right by the line. How much of that is skill and how much, teach me, Obi-Wan.
Yeah, there's not a lot of wind today, but it was really kind of rocking my wings and pushing me around, even though the wind wasn't real high. But I was kind of having a hard time really getting as slow as I wanted, and then it would kind of drop out a little bit. So I felt like, I know the landing you're talking about, but I felt like it was more lucky just because I goosed it to get up there.
Sometimes it's a little bit of both.
I'll take it.
Dude, thank you so much. Great flying today. Round of applause to all the sport competitors, and a round of applause to all of you here in Virginia Beach at the Military Aviation Museum. This has been an awesome day. It's one for the books. We can't wait to come back next year. Make sure to check out the museum, check everything else out. Again, my name's Ryan Dabrowski. It has been awesome on behalf of everyone at National STOL. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next year.
Welcome to the 2024 Heritage STOL program, hosted by the Military Aviation Museum, Virginia Beach, which is the #2 attraction, according to TripAdvisor, of over 160 things to do. We are because this is a living history museum. Most of the vehicles and airplanes that you'll see throughout your walking around the museum still work. Most of our planes still fly, not all of them, but most of them. And since the museum first opened, the first week of May in 2008, we have brought so many wonderful guests and children here. We like to turn the kids on to history. We even do summer camps for them on a variety of topics. This building is, when people come in, we have them self-guide around. There are all sorts of airplanes in each of the hangars on either end, and upstairs in the museum, wow, there's a lot more stuff up there. We have an Enigma machine that the Germans used in World War II to encode their ciphers. And we have several of our volunteers, oh my gosh, they've been working for over 2 years restoring an original Link pilot trainer from World War II. So there's just absolutely so much here for guests to see. In addition to the main building here, there are 3 additional buildings on the property. 2 of them were actually in World War II. Wow. We have a hangar the Germans put up at the Cottbus Airfield in 1934. They used it to support a flight school and the expansion of the Luftwaffe. By the end of the war, they were building Focke-Wulf fighters at that airfield because the Americans and Brits had bombed most of the factories and industrial areas. When we took that building down, pretty exciting, we found bullet holes from Soviet tanks in one of the beams. They overran that airfield on the way to Berlin in 1945. And we also found graffiti from a concentration camp slave labor forced to work in that building. The second original building, I think, is the gem of the museum. We have the control tower from the very first airfield in England that the British turned over to the Americans 7 months after Pearl Harbor. It was such a big deal that General Eisenhower actually flew up from London to attend the ceremony and shake hands with Air Marshal Portal on the transfer. So just very, very neat stuff. We brought that building over basically brick by brick, and it's full of antiques and so forth. It's just absolutely incredible. Best preserved one probably in the world. And the third building we have down there is a hangar. It's a reproduction of a British aero shed from 1918. It's full of all of our World War I airplanes, and we generally do guided tours to those 3 buildings so people can get a better historical perspective on what we have down here. The museum has so much to offer. Once you start going around, you'll see why we're #2 on TripAdvisor, but thank you very much for coming today.